Paul, the first Pope John Paul the dead, you know, early in the office.
Yeah.
So they replace him with this one. So he was Pope John Paul the second, cause the first he dead early. Few months him was in the office and him got dead. And then them bringing this Polish one.
They call him the smiling Pope. Him right for 33 days.
The first one, yes. All right.
Yeah, 33 days.
Did they wear glasses though?
Yeah.
Right. And then them bringing this one now from Poland. And they talk about the persecution where him get from the Germans and all of that. Yeah, cause in England you have a few Polish in some of the places them where me work. And some of Polish, a lot of the Polish them speak German, you know. Because German they control enough of them. So Pope John Paul II, him did dead.
Honorable Empress Akim, blessed love.
So I'm saying,
blessed love, family.
him is one of them who did know if we make it. But I think
blessed love, Empress.
We're live streaming now here, my lords, and Empress. We are live streaming now at the moment.
I think Pope John Paul II, him learned it from him predecessor, people who did come before him, you know?
Yes, I.
But either way it go, we know the source linked to some people in them realms, whether they're Italian or Polish, you know?
Yeah.
It's a European connection we created, you know?
Yeah.
Well, one thing we have to give thanks for, and we want on the record, Jah mercy endure it forever, Rasta.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, I.
And Jah mercy don't have no skin color or no politics or no religion.
No.
The man just extend him mercy, bountifully and boundlessly.
Boundless and free.
That's why the lesson of the master and the servant is one that always have an impact on I, you know, knowing that the king did free up the man, and the man have him servant and treat him servant cruelly after the king pardon him and relieve him of him any fears him did have or feel the king have him up. The king free him. Only for him to leave the king's presence now and go ill treat for him servant. But the word reached back the king. And the king have to take back the goodness of what him give him. Because the man never show back the same charity where the king show him towards his servant. You see it? Yeah, so I choose
Honorable Tech, give it the song when you're ready.
I don't see her.
Greetings, my Lord and Empress. Welcome to another series of the Council of Elders. The EABIC Council of Elders present gender equality today on Sunday, June 7, 2026. My Lord and Empress, to the chair.
Chair can call for a reverend.
My Lord, blessed Lord. Call for a virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari.
Reverence.
Behold, how cool and how pleasant it is.
Believe the king's presence now.
My Lord. Behold, reverence. Behold, how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went unto
call for a reverend.
My Lord. You hear me, priest? Call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari.
Reverence, reverence.
Behold, how cool and how pleasant it is.
Honorable Chair, is a back recording going on, so there's some, it's a back recording is going
Yes,
on. So,
yes, I pray to my Lord, I'm just having a little issue in the background, so continue.
right. Just go through, please.
How good and behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head and went down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard and went unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah who seated inside and reign in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Because thy holy face will shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. For that thy name is near, thy wondrous works do declare. Most high, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for another day of reason. Give thanks for the EABIC, Ethiopia Africa Black National Congress, and the Church of True Divine Salvation. Give thanks for also the Council of Elders coming out of such Congress, bringing a moral and ethical value to the works. And we welcome each and everyone. Pray that our reasoning bring forth understanding and precious and precious in the eyesight of the Most High God, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Honorable Empress Maisie, you can bless us with your angelic voice.
My Lord, with our pleasure. Blessed greetings and love to the Councils of Elders family. Give thanks for another day that the Lord has made through Jah, Rastafari. Today, chorus, it's going to be one that we haven't heard for a long time. I hope you know that I remember everything, but it is on my mind. So I said, let me impart it to the congregation. Thank you. Dry bone, down in the valley. Dry bone, down in the valley. Tell all the Israelites them to come. Come, tell all the Israelites them to come. Tell all the Israelites them to come, because we down in the very long time. Dry bone, down in the valley. Dry bone, down in the valley. Dry bones, down in the valley. Dry bones, down in the valley. Yes, tell all the Israelites them to come home. Tell all the Israelites them to come. Tell all the Israelites them to come, because down in the very long time, dry bones, down in the valley. 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 Tell all the Israelites them to come. Tell all the Israelites them to come. Yeah. Tell all the Israelites them to come, because down in the valley for a very long time, I'm in on holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy on Zion, Zion, Jehovah,
Yeah,
Jah,
Rasta.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Back to the chair, give thanks.
Majesty bless Empress. The ending up of the chorus there, tell all Israelite them to come, for we down in the valley of dry bones, instead of saying down in the valley for a very long time. But
Thanks,
give
free.
thanks, it blending nice, Edwin.
Thank you. I
Rastafari.
did remember the end. I did not remember the end, so I drop in that, okay?
You know what they call that? That's a real professional. You just make it
My
up,
Lord.
I it up. Yeah, that's a professional.
My
Yes,
Lord.
Majesty. Honorable Empress Dion, can give us the roll call.
Blessed love, my Lord and all Empress, royal family near and far. My YouTube
Majesty
family,
bless.
give thanks. Today is the 7th of June. What a lovely month. The rain has begun. And our roll call begins with our chairman, Honorable Priest Imesley.
Majesty bless.
My Lord, Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present family.
Honorable Priest Seven.
Bless the love, my Lord and Emperor.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Heart of love, family.
Honorable Priest Adagan.
Present, Heart of Love, royal family.
Honorable Bobo Ken, my Lord. Honorable Jabari, my Lord.
Priest Barry.
Blessed love Empress, present. Honorable.
Honorable Leading Empress, Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, royal Empress. Give thanks.
Give thanks and give thanks for such a beautiful chorus.
Thank you,
Honorable,
sweetheart.
give thanks. Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, family.
Blessed.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Dion, myself. That is 12 participants present at the beginning of the meeting. Let's remember that we are live streaming on YouTube. Remember, don't forget to stay hydrated. Let's remember that first. That's most important. Let's remember to stay hydrated and take notes, for this is an impactful and insightful meeting. Oh, the balance is beautiful. Half of the story has not been told, but we will hear today. And remember to take notes and ask questions at the end of the program in the question and answer segment. And please share suggestions and ideas to enhance and build ourselves, for we are learning together. And remember that we are live streaming on YouTube, so remember to like, share, and subscribe as we go forward today. And we will be having our word of inspiration from Honorable Oh, I pray there will be no inspiration today. A health corner. Okay, we will be having a little health corner health tip on arthritis today. Arthritis is a condition characterized by joint inflammation, which can lead to pain, stiffness, and difficulty moving the affected joints. It is not a single disease, but a broad term that covers over 100 different conditions that causes joint damage. The formation of arthritis can be attributed to various factors, including normal wear and tear, injuries, metabolic conditions, genetic, infections, or immune system dysfunction. Osteoarthritis, the most common type, results from the breakdown of cartilage. Rheumatoid arthritis is an autoimmune disorder where the immune system mistakenly attacks the joints. Gout is another form of arthritis caused by uric acid crystals deposits in the joints. Symptoms: 1. Joint pain, often the most prominent symptom. Pain can be constant or intermittent and may worsen with activity or after periods of activity. 2. Stiffness. Many individuals experience stiffness in their joints, particularly in the morning or after sitting for long periods. 3. Swelling. Inflammation in the joints can lead to swelling, which may be accompanied by warmth and redness. 4. Reduced range of motion. As arthritis progresses, it can limit the range of motion in affected joints. 5. Tenderness. Joints may feel tender or sensitive to touch. Natural remedies. 1. Massage. A massage reduces pain, stiffness, and improves range of motion. 2. Yoga. Yoga decreases joint pain and stiffness and reduces stress. 3. Stinging nettle tea or steamed leaves help elevate symptoms. 4. Aloe vera may help with joint pain. 5. Eucalyptus is an anti-inflammatory. It helps with the swelling. 6. Ginger helps with rheumatoid arthritis or osteoarthritis pain. 7. Okra leaves and lemon. Boil leaves, add lemon, drink morning and evening. Benefits are for circulation, reduces toxins, and reduces inflammation. 8. Salsa leaves and oil mixed. Mix the salsa leaves with olive oil for rheumatism and arthritis pain. 9. Garlic, ginger, onion, cola nuts, plus lemon can make a rub. Mix with alcohol as rubbing solution. Give thanks and remember this is just a help tip. Remember to speak to your health physician for
proper diagnosis before self-treatment. Thank you. And next we will have our economic corner with Honorable Chris Seven. Yeah.
I pray the family.
Honorable, blessed
Give
love.
thanks, Honorable Empress Leanne, for such an important, topic as we discuss the arthritis that are troubling not only the elder people at this time, but everyone right now. Young
Yes.
people are also bawling for pain in their knees and hips and so on and so on.
Yes.
So I hope my family that are on the platform listen keenly, and I hope you write down some of the medicine, that we can use to help. But we should know which one of the arthritis we are treating, because it's two type, right? So it's best, again, I endorse what Sister Dan said, to go to your physician and to find out which one of them you are treated, right? So you can know what the medicine to take. Thank you. I hope this has been some of importance to you as we try to help ourselves, because right now, to what's happening, the doctors, them don't even can help us too much, okay? So we have to try and help ourselves. For your family, by doing the right thing and extend our life. Thank you. Blessed
Blessed
love.
love.
And as they rightly say, God help those who help themselves.
Help
So we need to
themselves,
start to
yes.
help ourselves, so give thanks for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
A simple thing too, if you have concrete floors, it's always good to get up in the morning, put your foot in a slipper. Because getting up off the bed and putting your foot on concrete or tiles, it affects it. That happened to me personally. My knee starts swell after a while.
Yes. True, priest.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else want to ask any question? Anyone else? Everybody good? Okay. Voilà.
And we will do it. Thanks to the Royal Liberation League, who that is their P where they will be government Sunday on one question or the other concerning our goodie. So we give thanks to the league for such real information, Honorable Empresses.
My Lord.
Thanks, my Lord.
Blessed Lord.
To the chair.
My Lord.
Royal family are full. So be upon the arthritis the Empress tell about the temporary thing that we should tell about it. Here an elderly Chinese woman speak a word. I know how effective, but you say tomato we love eat, right? We must have grew up and use tomato and we just wash tomato and cut up tomato and eat it like that when we cook it. But you say the seed, the tomato seed, you must not eat that or cook it, because that give you giant pain in the body. I don't know how true it is, but from I hear that sound there, when I cook tomato, I always cut out the seed.
Yeah, I hear that too, Jabari.
Oh,
I hear that too, yes.
There's a possibility
Yes.
is that true sound, yeah?
Yes, because I used to squeeze out my tomato seed, but they say it's more like, harmful for man. Yes. So
it's more harmful for man than female.
yeah. Yeah, so when I'm cooking daddy food and my sons them, I used to squeeze out the seed. So I heard that from a taller time. Yeah, my Lord.
And I'm here the Empress talk about the thing named goat. And Dr. Sabi did say the thing that causes goat is that's why I'm saying if you eat broccoli, because broccoli, that thing will create goat inside of your stomach, yeah? That is acidic. I don't know how true that is neither, but we're here, So that was share it to the family. Blessed love.
Yes. We will touch on those topics as we go from week to week. And as guys, not only broccoli alone give us, acid stomach, there are many others, but we do bit by bit. Thank you, my Lord.
Okay.
Back to the chair.
Yes, Honorable Empress. To give thanks, and if we don't have no other comments on the arthritis, Honorable Priest Sevens could have gone with the economic corner.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Thanks for listening here. Continue on reading. In order to attract finance, one must embrace the mentality of abundance and rise above the fear of scarcity. Time is money, so it is important to invest your time wisely. We attract what we are. If we embrace poverty, then that is what we will attract and what we want. Our lifestyle influences and shapes our daily standards of wealth. Our mindset works just like a magnet, attracting or repelling accumulation of finance requires a focused energy. As we learn to declutter our minds and our surroundings, it helps to remove blockage to opportunities and benefits. Over the years, the culture have taught us to not want the better things while we are in the West as we prepare to repatriate to the motherland. In this 21st century, we have come to realize that economics is just as important in the spaces we are as it is imperative that we are able to sustain our family. One of our most difficult tasks is coming up with viable ways that we can build generational wealth and sustainable businesses. As a result of us not having the resources that we need to build ourselves and the Congress, many of our programs are left in limbo. Our healthcare program that allows us to take care of the sick and those in need continue to suffer. It is up to us, the members, to come up with viable solutions to this problem. No longer can we sit idly by while those who have given their lives to this glorious Congress suffer. Let us ask ourselves, what can we do for the Congress? How do we bridge the financial gap between the East and the West? What business ventures can we develop to diminish poverty? It's time to invest wisely, as time is money. Money is time. My Lord, bless it.
Majesty bless, my Lord. Give thanks for such a reasoning. As we see, our sustainability is at question here, where we need a more hand on our economic situation. So as we go along, we will continue to explore and see how we can work it out where we can be sustainable world internationally, universally. My Lord and Empress, blessed. My phone gave me a problem here right now with this Zoom, so I can't see the page, Empress. I can't see the agenda. So you can. All right, someone who's seeing it can make me know what the next topic. Blessed. Guide them I hear, man.
Yeah, priest. Hearing you. Hearing you well, but there's a feedback going on.
All right.
But it's only me, not hear no one else.
Okay. Is it for me to read this?
Me I hear on the Lord and clear, Mama. Me hear the priest.
Okay,
right.
okay.
Don't
The
know about
priest
the
is
rest of the
Royal check.
members.
Am I to read this?
But we're not getting through to her.
Honorable priest, I'm here for read this.
Where are the brethren then?
Blessed.
Blessed love, I don't know if they could hear me, but hearing them loud and clear.
Honorable Royal Tech, you hearing me? But can we hear you down in the corner there, so?
Yeah, we hear Baba Ken low.
Always. Yeah. All right. Well, I will just go ahead and read this because I don't see who can read it. Continuing with our program, the equality between man and woman in different roles. The allegory says that God created the woman from a rib of the man. The scriptures went on to say that a woman was created to elevate man's loneliness, to be a suitable companion to him, and to join with him in filling the earth, and to be a steward of God's creation. These definitions of purpose signify a partnership. Continuing, the woman was created to complement her husband, yet as human beings, they have the tendency to feel isolated. This isolation is not incompetent on being with people. One can be around people and still feel isolated, which in some cases for an individual is not having a companion who bonds with their spirit and fills their heart. Man was created to fill each other's needs, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, each providing what the other needs. The man provides security and as a provider brings joy or happiness, etc. The woman is nurturing, caring, and gives advice. They both are a strength to each other in trying times. The woman has the most important job to bear their offspring in the spiritual world. The man represents the male essence of God and is tasked with ministering the sacrament of God. They both have special roles which create balance in their lives. The female motherly duty, which is time-consuming and vital to human continuity, limits her ability to be on call at all times within the ministry, but does not prevent her from serving God in other ways. The man has to be able to serve God while providing for his family. Both have to maintain a delicate balance. Let the balancing of this now commence. To be continued, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, give thanks, my Lord.
Majesty.
Male and female roles. In traditional African cosmologies, gender is often viewed through a lens of complementary rather than hierarchy. Male and female roles are seen as distinct and separate, yet mutually dependent. Both spheres hold vital, interlocking powers needed to maintain social and spiritual equilibrium across the community. The concept of separate but equal roles translates into several core pre-colonial practices and philosophies. Duality and partnership. Rather than viewing men and women as opposites locked in a power struggle, many indigenous African cultures embrace a holistic worldview. Just like day and night, both masculine and feminine forces are necessary for the whole to function. Political parallelism. In historical societies like the Yoruba or the Igbo or West Africa, power was often shared. While men handled certain external or male-centric duties, women governed themselves, managed the marketplace, and even held high political and military positions to counterbalance male leaders. Economic independence. Women in many regions were the primary farmers and traders, giving them significant economic leverage because they controlled the wealth they generated. They held considerable authority within the household and the community. Institutionalized female authority. Matrilineal societies, such as the Aken of Ghana, gave women foundational influence. The Ohima, the Queen Mother, held institutional power equal to or greater than a chief's, including the sole authority to nominate or dethrone him. It is worth noting that while these philosophies aim for balance, historical realities varied widely across the continent's diverse societies. Furthermore, the introduction of colonial rule and imported patriarchal religions often disrupted these parallel structures, altering the original balance of male and female autonomy. Modern Religions by Honorable Priest Adagon.
All right, blessed Lord, my Lord, give thanks again for another day of reasoning. Equality between man and woman.
Little loud, that priest.
Most High, let's see, Jah.
Rastafari.
Okay. Continuing reading. Modern religions exhibit a wide spectrum of gender roles, while many traditional and institutionalized faiths, such as Orthodox branches of Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism, historically lean towards patriarchal structures where men hold primary authority, leadership, and public roles, and women are often centered on domestic or supportive duties. Many modern progressive and reform movements have actively embraced egalitarianism, ordaining female clergy and promoting equal spiritual authority. The roles depend on the specific tradition and branch. In Christianity, roles vary significantly by denomination. Traditionalists, e.g., Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Southern Baptists, maintain male-only priesthoods and emphasize distinct, sometimes complementarian roles where men are public spiritual leaders and women lead in family and nurturing contexts. The progressive and mainline Protestants denominations, e.g., the Episcopal Church, ELCA Lutherans, and the Presbyterian Church USA practice egalitarianism, allowing women to serve as pastors, bishops, and church leaders. Islam. Traditional jurisprudence generally assigns men the role of religious leader, imam, scholar, and financial providers, protectors of the family, while women's primary responsibility focus on the household and child rearing. However, Islamic theology does not prohibit women from pursuing education, owning property, or working outside the home, and many modern communities advocate for equal leadership and interpretive roles. Hinduism. Ancient scriptures often outline specific duties. The Dharma that emphasizes women as mothers and wives with rituals traditionally led by men. Modern Hinduism, however, features a high degree of flexibility, recognizing powerful female deities, Shakti, and allowing women to become gurus, spiritual leaders, and active participants in public worship. Judaism. Orthodox Judaism maintains strict gender separation in worship, with only men serving as rabbis or taking on public ritual roles. In contrast, conservative and Reform Judaism are highly egalitarian, fully ordaining women as rabbis and cantors and encouraging men and women to participate equally in all religious observances. Buddhism. Early Buddhist traditions established a parallel monastic order for women, the Bhikkhuni. The Bhikkhuni. Modern practice varies while some conservative sects do not recognize female ordination. Many modern groups, particularly in the West and in Mahayana traditions, advocate for complete equality and leadership opportunities for women. To be continued.
Honorable Priest Rasavana, bless and love. I don't think I see him here. Honorable Priest Aimsley. Sorry, not Priest Aimsley, Priest Nappy. Priest Aimsley read already. Honorable Priest Nappy.
No, family, I won't be able to participate at the moment here. I'm in the middle of a program.
Okay.
I apologize.
Honorable Jabari.
Blessed love, Mama.
Blessed love, the restriction of priesthood.
I don't sure if I can read because I drive in, Mama, in a traffic.
All right, well, I will take it.
Blessed love. Give thanks.
The restriction of priesthood. Someone said something?
No, go ahead.
The restriction of priesthood. The restriction of these priesthoods to men is rooted in theological doctrines and historical traditions of each specific faith. While they share a male-only structure, the reasons given from sacramental symbolism to divine revelation vary significantly between the two traditions. The Orthodox priesthood. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the limitation of the priesthood to men is fundamentally a matter of holy tradition and sacramental theology. The iconic of Christ. The Orthodox priest acts in persona Christi, literally serving as a living icon or image of Jesus Christ during worship. Because Jesus Christ was incarnated as a man, the church believes the sacramental representatives at the altar must also be male.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Yeah, no going to say that.
Apostolic precedence. The church views itself as bound to the examples set by Jesus. During his earthly ministries, Jesus chose only men to be his 12 apostles, passing the mantle of priestly leadership to them. See how easy that flow? Spiritual fatherhood. The priesthood is viewed through the lens of spiritual fatherhood, which mirrors the leadership of Christ as the bridegroom of the church. Equal dignity. The church teaches that this restriction is not about superiority, as women hold places of supreme honor in orthodoxy, such as the Virgin Mary, and participates in vital, non-ordained ministries. The Melchizedek priesthood in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now that's the Melchizedek priesthood, the higher priesthood, is the authoritative power and authority to act in God's name. Divine revelation. The reservation of this priesthood to men is based on modern revelation and commandment from God, which directs the organizational structure of the church. Family and priesthood roles. A primary purpose of conferring the priesthood on all worthy adult males is to allow fathers and husbands to act as spiritual leaders, administer blessings to their families, and perform necessary ordinances. Equal power and authority. LDS doctrine emphasizes that while only men hold priesthood offices, access to priesthood power and authority is available to both women and men. Women exercise delegated authority through calling, serve in leadership positions like the Relief Society, and both women and men participate equally in sacred temple ordinances. Pre-colonial Ethiopian culture. Honorable Empress Hakim.
And a quick interjection before the Royal Empress comes in and do her narrative. What was just read, we brought into this reasoning as a comparative study. There is only the Church of Latter-day Saints that respects the Melchizedek order in the Western Hemisphere as a traditional practice. So we brought that narrative just to show a correlation, as you will hear as we go on in the reading. You will get now the understanding of the Rastafari concept of the Melchizedek order coming from the ancient African way of life. Family, give thanks.
Blessed love.
Majesty.
Yeah, I was getting a phone call. I apologize. All right. So pre-colonial Ethiopian culture was heavily patriarchal, characterized by a distinct gender division of labor. While men were expected to be providers, warriors, and heads of the household who handled outside contact and heavy agriculture, women were responsible for domestic labor, childcare, and agricultural cultivation. The specific roles and dynamics of men and women were typically defined by the following. Male roles as providers and protectors. Men held primary authority and were tasked with defending the community, engaging in warfare, and participating in regional trade. Men typically served as the face of the family for public and religious life, managing the family's assets and finances. Men performed strenuous and seasonal agricultural tasks that did not require long-term day-to-day labor, such as plowing, house building, and clearing the land. Female roles in the domestic sphere. Women were primarily responsible for raising children, cooking, example, preparing injera and wat, cleaning and maintaining the household. Alongside household chores, women played a vital role, women played a vital, I think it's supposed to say role, and often heavier role in day-to-day agricultural work, including cultivating, sowing, harvesting, and processing crops. Despite the patriarchal structure, several indigenous Ethiopian societies valued gender complementarity. Women held vital roles in conflict resolution, peacemaking, and specific women-only religious or social political systems like Ateti or Sinki among the Oromo. Among the nobility and ruling classes, elite women and empresses occasionally served as political advisors, regents, and even warriors, such as Empress Taitu. Betel, who famously, I pronounced that incorrectly, Empress Taitu and Betel, who famously advised Emperor Menelik II. Menelik, I didn't get to finish reading that. All right. The Melchizedek, I forgot what it was saying. Can you go back?
No, she went back to what you were just reading.
Okay. Okay. Oh, all right. All right. All right. Next reading.
To be continued by
yes, to be continued.
Savannah.
Okay. Blessed love.
The Melchizedek priesthood of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Members of the priesthood belong to the greatest fraternity, the greatest brotherhood in the entire world. Bobo Ashanti is the only Afrocentric branch of the Melchizedek priesthood in the Western Hemisphere. A. The priesthood is divine power and authority, and I will repeat that. The priesthood is divine power and authority. 1. The priesthood has the power and authority to represent God. 2. The power to bind and seal on earth and have it correspondingly bound and sealed in Zion requires divine authority, which is granted to the priesthood. B. The Melchizedek priesthood and their authority are conferred by the taking of an oath. 1. Divine authority is received only by ordination through the senior and elder priests who are commissioned servants of the Most High. 2. Those who are priests are commissioned to act in God's name for the salvation of mankind. C. Historically, there are several priesthoods in Africa, but only 2 are affiliated with the modern biblical scriptures. The Aaronic priesthood, which is the lesser of the 2, because it is an appendage to the more ancient order of the Melchizedek priesthood. 2. The Aaronic priesthood, also known as the Levitical priesthood, is established by a bloodline as stated in Leviticus. 3. The Melchizedek priesthood is older and can be considered the father priesthood. It holds more authority or responsibility to minister in spiritual affairs. 4. The Melchizedek priesthood holds the keys to the mysteries of the kingdom of God on earth and performs the ordinances that pertain to godliness. D. The work of God is performed by the power of the priesthood. 1. Those who minister in the priest's office may preside over and direct the affairs of the kingdom of God on earth. 2. The priests teach and instruct others in the truth of God. 3. The priesthood is called upon to build and strengthen and bless the church, which are the people. 4. Those within the order of priests administer the holy word and spiritual blessings. E. Through the principles of the priesthood, God directs and does his work. The word of God is the saving grace of redemption for humanity. 2. John the Baptist was descended from the Aaron priesthood, from which he established his ministry as a firstborn son. 3. The disciples of Christ were members of the Melchizedek priesthood. 4. The elders or leading priests of the church hold the authority within the order. Footnote. The priesthood is the government of God on earth, and their principles are that of heavenly origins. It is by the law of God all things are sustained. The priest represents all that is associated with the Most High on earth, as it is in Zion. This responsibility is granted to the intelligence of creation. The reason the priesthood is reserved and restricted to the male gender is based upon the scriptures and Christ. Christ called only man to be taught by him and to perform the ministerial duties of the priesthood. Females, because of their maternal abilities, would not have the time to commit to the rigid time requirements of ministering in the church. The females have other vital responsibilities within the church, such as making sure the tapestry are maintained and guides and nurtures the family. The mothers and sisters are the advisors and mediators of situations and conflicts within the family of Christ. In creation, the male and female have their separate roles. This doesn't diminish the value of any gender, as both are vital to the balance and functionality of nature. The nature of a female is to be caring, nurturing, compassionate, and intuitive, while the male is naturally protective, adventurous, and mentally curious, and a provider. Functioning in their natural nature, they create a perfect balance, a true partnership. In the Melchizedek priesthood, revived by Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards in the 20th century, there are design principles to maintain gender balance and equity. For instance, the salutation used, such as my lord and empress, and the gesture during reverence, where the man locks the last three fingers of both hands, with the thumbs and the first fingers touching at the tips, creating a triangle, or what is known as the sign of the Trinity. The woman extends her left arm across her chest. This is a heart blessing. The holding of the heart blessing and the Trinity during reverence invokes meditation and focus. The priest holds the Trinity to invoke focus on the divine energy or spirit of the triune male deities of the prophet, priest, and king. The woman holds the heart blessing as a gesture of love and sincerity in the moment of reverence. The monthly menstruation of the female limits their ministering on the golden altar and holding certain offices that require that a person be available on a moment's notice. On the other hand, the blessing of being a vessel of life, a mother, puts the female on a permanent pedestal. The act of procreation is the most enjoyable and satisfying interaction between two creatures. Without the woman, the life of a man is lonely and unsatisfying, regardless of his other accomplishments. The woman being without a man or husband is also lonely and unfulfilled. She was created to facilitate the continuity of life. So without having children, she is without true purpose. The greatest role of a man and a woman is to be a father and mother. There is no need for competition or gender conflict when there is the perfect balance. The epilogue. A man cannot exist without a woman, as all came from a woman. Together, they preserve the continuity of life and fulfill their service to the Creator. One has to be a dominatrix and the other a submissive, as science dictates that opposites attract, creating the perfect balance. And here concluded this aspect of the program. The male and female, a perfect balance. Family, there is certain realities that over time has become clouded, has become what they would say convoluted because of the time in which we live. We live in what they call modernity. In antiquity, it was very clear, how the roles of both genders existed and was practiced. But because of, slavery, the enslavement of African people, and the colonization of African people, a lot of things have been distorted. We have been saddled with what we call religious understanding and religious beliefs. In modern day religion, the woman has been domesticated, reduced to a certain level. She was removed from her position in the village, in the society, in the nation. Give thanks that as we came out of that colonial era, we were called to the side of our Messiah, the Christ who came in our dispensation to remind us, to bring all things back to our remembrance. And in doing so, he also established a way in which we were able to replace the royal queens, the royal empresses, the royal mothers back to their station among I and I within our village, community, nation, society. That is how today we have a Women's Freedom Liberation League, not just giving a voice, because sometimes we express it in that way, but it is more than just giving a voice to the Empress. It is replacing her in her position where she now has retrieved her authority. She is no longer just a domestic partner or servant. She's elevated back to the royal role of empress, queen, queen mother, where, as I and I know, I and I who are Africans, in our anciency as Africans, it was the matriarchs that held the authority within the community. When she went to the center of the village and she called to order the village, we all had to heed her call. And usually it would be something very important and valuable that she is sharing with I and I. Now, the divine spirit of the Christ abides with I and I, the man. It is no competition, there's no conflict because it's the Melchizedek order, the most ancient order of priests. And as we know, Melchizedek was a man. That doesn't take away now from Queen Sarah, who was the wife of Abraham, who met Melchizedek, and they communed and shared a moment. So the royal empresses have a vital role in the whole cosmic of I and I liberty, from the village to the church to the parliament, meaning to the governance of I and I liberty. See? And that's why, as the narrative said earlier, we address each other in the way that we do, my lord and empress. Empress is an equal to my lord. And I will pause it there and return it to the Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Priest Imsy.
I think his internet dropped out a minute, my lord. But I saw Ken hand is up.
Oh, he's still on the platform, you know. Priest Imsy is still on the platform. Maybe he's
like yeah, man, the internet might give me a little struggle. There.
Okay, my lord. Baba Ken is asking for the floor.
Freedom, Baba Ken.
Yeah, my lord and empress is something that I have said in the reasoning, but I lose my train of thought.
Again, we still not hear you.
Yeah, pray your pardon and forgiveness, my lord and empress, is something the priest are mentioning during his reading, but it was clarified later on in the reasoning. So, true, I lose my further train of thought. I gonna just sit in and listen. Pray your pardon and forgiveness, my lord and empress. Give thanks. Blessed Lord.
I think it's better if you text. You write it, you want to say, and make one of you read it out, my lord. Because we not hear you.
True. Well, everything is for a reason, you know. Jah got the phone, so, you know, give thanks. Blessed love.
We still not hear you. If you could write it out, we'll read it out. The floor open.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, Ryan, here. What he was saying that he loses his meditation. He was going to make us see what the priest was reading, but him lose him in chain of thought.
Okay.
Yeah, all that's right. What he was saying. You know? Yeah,
okay, right. Give thanks, priest. Yeah. Yes, my lord and empress. The floor is open. No one?
My lord.
Yes, Ja.
Yes, I don't know if it will deflect from the reason, but I don't know if the I them know of a brethren who call himself Rastafari sabbatical or Idonish. Rastafari might know him. You might have seen him on the round table with Priest Isaac, a clear skin brethren, American still. Well, he one time put over a reasoning say him don't agree with this concept that we're calling every Rastafari woman empress. Him said that honor should be given unto her divine majesty only. And he went on to say, because everybody's not calling, everyone gives a direct reverence unto the emperor, but they're not directly saying they are the emperor in that way. But he had an issue with the concept of calling all Rastafari woman empress. How do I them see that? In terms of
We addressed that already on this platform also, you know. I think we did even write a letter because we did see a letter coming from Ethiopia speaking about that. And how we attribute those titles to the honorable empresses and them, because first and foremost they all are empresses in their own domain, not necessarily a land. And we are attempting to describe, you know, the man and woman of right as God and Goddess. So that is one of the highest compliments we could give the daughter, that title, Empress, you know. So I don't see where it takes away. Go ahead.
No, don't my lord, finish your trend. I just wanted to, you know, make you know, and I want to come in behind you.
All right. Yeah. So we don't see that as diminishing in Honorable Empress Memen, no form or fashion, you know, because the man, we want to create a world of gods and goddesses, you know, a world of Christ. So we attribute those to those titles, you know, to show you the quality of woman we are aspiring to rise in this dispensation here. Gods and goddess, my Lord. Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Yes, Majesty. Just a couple points towards that. First of all, our royal mother, the mother of creation, was not the only empress. She was empress in her time. There was before her many empresses. Secondly, the royal queens, those that we honor as empresses, represent our royal mother today.
not sure.
They are the representation of Empress Menen today, because as we know, Empress Menen is no longer with us in the flesh, but she resides within these royal queens. So in endearing them with the title Empress is to keep that recognition of the mother of creation alive and pertinent in our spaces. Now, what I will agree with is that sometimes it is used too willy-nilly, because it is not every female is an empress. It's not because a person is a female we call them empress, and a lot of ones tend to do that. See, an empress is a divine one, is one that over time has shown themselves to be an empress by their levity. When we interact with them, when we are in their presence, we feel that presence of Empress Menen, the royal queen mother. So that is why we would endear that individual queen with the title Empress. But like I say, sometimes it is used too willy-nilly. And we have watered down a lot of the titles that back in antiquity held a certain reverence, held a certain standard, and that is, and I will agree with that aspect of the reasoning, but to just on a broad scale to say it should just be restricted the to Empress Menen. Empress Menen was never the only empress, so many queens have held the title Empress, but again, we tend to water down a lot of our own endearment that should be held on a higher standard. It's just like, and we're reasoning here as a family of Christ. So one shouldn't even feel any way to voice their sentiment. And I'm going to say something now that might not be very favorable with a lot of ones, but it is something that I hold in myself. Even how the office of priest is bestowed on ones and ones today trivializes the priesthood. It is the senior priest, the leading priest, that has the authority to come together, not singly, not singly. I cannot just on my own choose to make someone a priest. That is not the order. That is what we have brought the thing to, but that is not the order. You understand? It is not like I and I is the physical King Emmanuel. King Emmanuel set an order, and that's why you have the differences between the priests. You have the acting priest and you have the leading priest. Within the order of priests, like any other priesthood out there, you come together, you keep your conventions, you keep your gatherings. And during those gatherings now, you identify the other ones coming up within the tribe. And they are reviewed, let's use that word. We review their tenure, the time that they have been within the order, and we look at their discipline and their actions and their persona, because the priest carries a certain character. A person has to have a certain character to fit the priesthood. We have brought it to anyone that can read and write and can chant, that they can be a priest, because what we have brought it to is ministering a service. But the priest office is far more deeper. The capacity of a priest has to go far beyond that. We have to use discernment and intellect in ministering our office. And that has been watered down because the lack of understanding. And we're not playing any blame game here. This is not about, but we are assessing our liberty so we can perfect it, make it better. See? And I give thanks to the Honorable Priest Adigan for even interjecting that statement, because it now brings us to this conversation, which we needed to have long ago on the public level. Not every queen is an empress, and not everyone fits the priesthood order. You have to have that demeanor, that humility, that yearning for divinity. You understand that, and you have to make the sacrifice to achieve it. There's a sacrifice behind it. That's why we are on the golden altar, as golden candlesticks. We are the sacrifice, the human sacrificial lambs that, hear what the reading say, we have the authority to bind up the sins, to remit them, to have them remitted on earth as in Zion. That is a great responsibility, you know. Put aside the authority. That is a great responsibility. When someone comes to you with deep emotional pain, with confusion, with trauma from whether it is personal relationship or things that have happened in their life, I and I as priests, we must have the capacity and the capability to counsel them, to soothe their sorrows, to bring them to a greater, you know, divineness in themselves, to sweeten the bitterness. And that takes a sacrifice. That is something that you build within yourself. And the senior most priests who have passed that direction before can look and see that now in another one and can say, yes, that virgin, you know, he shows great potential in his order because of the ways that he has exhibited over time. See? So in general, we need to assess how we apply these titles and you know fill these offices with individuals because the word divine is not a simple word. Not every one of us is divine. Not every human being is divine. Most human beings don't even aspire to be divine. They will tell you they aspire to be good, yes, but divine takes it from just a basic good, you know, to the highest of heights within, you know, let me say you have good, better, best. Divine takes it to the best of a human. That's why I and I identify Haile Selassie the First as the highest human example of our time because of his character, his personality, his persona, his works, and his royal consort, Empress Menen Asfa, is the same. When we look at her levity, how she conduct herself, all that she did within her lifetime, we can truly see what a royal empress is supposed to be. My lord and empress, back to the chair.
My lord, give thanks, you know, for them words. Floor is open, my lord and majesty. And before that too, remember, at one time, we used to also have a leading prophet, you know. Then you used to go from prophet to priest. Just say you had a prophet, you have a leading prophet, then you have an acting priest, then you have a leading priest. And all those, as the honorable priest showing, you say, you know, mannerism plays a very important part. You know, mannerism to be able to minister on the altar of life, not just on the goal, not just on Melchizedek order, but the altar of life, where you're out there, you know. So we really have to set some criteria for the priesthood order. It should be more than just a one who come and them could read and they go Psalms reading and they read Psalms and all of a sudden, well, you know, them is priests. Yeah, we had to step up that criteria requirements. Floor is open, my lord and empress. Hand is
Yes,
up.
honorable priest, honorable chair, I have my hand up. So
Honorable priest, royal, my lord.
yes, give thanks again for life and you know, give thanks even for the breath of life, you know. Yes, you know. There is certain word where I hear constantly where I and I as Rasta man or Rasta woman, you know, not Rasta men or Rasta women. You know, we always say Rasta man or Rasta woman, no matter what we are reading, you know what I mean? Yes, you know, we always, you know, take off the S off, you know, the end part, you know, and just say man or woman, you know. Yes, you know, so as a priest also, Melchizedek order, right? Yes, we always, you know, where I come see, really and truly, is who show interest, you know, in that part. Because not everyone show interest you know, the churchical part. Some people when them come is more of the temporal part than the fun. You know, some individual then them come to the foundation, you know, them come a churchical part than the fun. That means them don't miss the devotion. You see it? Yes. And then now start you to call the roll call in the devotion. And that's how I want to build themselves. So sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. This is what I say, yeah. Because sometimes a man show that loyalty in the first part as what him should have shown to step up. You know, in that communication between the higher power. Because the Melchizedek presuppose, you know, making that intersection, you know, with the higher power that are in ourselves is nothing out ourselves, you know, and you know, convey now also to the congregation. You know what I mean? Yeah, so some of the time, as I say, we get it wrong and sometimes we do get it right. You know what I mean? Sometimes the man they will show interest, you know. Yes, you know, the devotion and the priesthood office and you know what I mean? Look more him gonna Broomfield and go sell to Broom and, you know. Yeah, so you know, yeah, so
With your mic Empress music.
yeah, so sometimes as I say, we get it right because many priests I man know say I am they recognize like priest Richie, priest Parr, priest Donovan, and most of those priests would I tell you what just say, and it was even just say, it was I and I who them come see, did say, because as long as you don't come see the Melchizedek, you couldn't go say just say, you'd have to come say, who you come see say just say, you know what I mean? Yes, you know, when it come on to the office of the Christ now, it is a title, you know. So when I come a yard, I learned to the office of the Christ is a title, is not no individual, is a house of Christ. So also the Empress is them. When I come, it's a title also given unto, you know, the woman them I come see, that's how we come learn it. We never know it, you know, no other places. Yet I never go no other places still. So, you know, I say Rasta woman, you know, why them say them glorify the Bubble? Because the Bubble give them that honor as Empress. The other one call them daughters and, you know, and maybe queen, which some of them burn out the queen because them don't love the queen title because to the other, you know, a mother of all that will represent the queen upon the throne of Babylon. So, you know, them they glorify even the Bubble. When them come and hear the Bubble, say Royal Empress. So, you know, it is a title really and truly give to, you know, the ancient mother. Because our father did say, I could have even Leon Crawford. So, any one of the black woman, really and truly, you know, that title supposed to really place upon them, you know. Well, you know, say this are the lower part of the thing, the reset make it become lower, you know. But in that, you know, before this reset, where you see I go on, you know, everyone, you know, kind of confused, you know, to, you know, the what if a reset where you see go on around with, you know, them don't know if the world is a globe, them don't know if it is flat, you know what I mean, them don't know if there's a ice wall, and them don't know if, you know, you have another world behind the ice wall. So the reset do a lot of damage unto I and I as black sons and daughters, you know. But we know, say, you'd have a great, you know, empire all over the world with them calling them the the Tartar, you know what I mean, where the evidence are still there, you know, free energy and all of that, you know. Yeah, so, you know, yes, the Empress is a liberty, you know, when they say Empress, just no matter how much children she have, she's still a virgin, according to the liberty that the woman lived, not running up and down. So, when you have the title as a empress, you could even have 13 children, but your liberty make you still recognized as a virgin liberty. One perfect love, royal family.
My lord.
Pretty clear.
Honorable
Priest Knuckles,
Empress.
no, hold on 1 second. Priest Knuckles have a man now from
Okay.
a moment. But you can come right behind Mama.
No problem.
Kes Ingram, blessed love.
Oh, blessed love, royal family.
My
Thanks and
Lord.
praise life today and give thanks for this reasoning, A little late, but I come catch on a ear priest Adagan introduce a reasoning and I say I have to take a little part in it, We give thanks to our mighty teacher, the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edward, who redefined some of the things that we have learned through Christianity and make it more plainer and simpler if we understand what he's saying. The man said, man of right is God in flesh. Men of wrong is Satan in flesh. So as much as God is the life in all, I quite agree with what Priest Rasavana said earlier, that not all man ascend to that awareness of God within self, which is a requirement for a man to be made a priest. His Majesty again says, except for the kingdom of God, there is no man higher than any other man on the earth, except for the kingdom of God. Christ says, the kingdom of God is with man. So we have man of right and men of wrong. It's still man, but they have different levels. And even when the Father give us peace, when the Father was saying, don't know why I'm getting this.
You could mute the mic, please. There's an echo.
Yeah. The Father say, when him give us the office of priesthood, of acting priest, is not that something that you have earned. So you're doing good and do all of that. You have to do good for live as in the kingdom of God. Yes, you are giving ones something to build themselves to. That means when you start as an acting priest, you learn the technical aspects of psalm reading and ministering upon the altar. But that's supposed to open your meditation, open you up to step up to the higher frequency of God in flesh, of being conscious of yourself as being God, as conscious of the Christ, what you want to call the Christ consciousness within yourself, to move forward to that more divine aspects of living as God in our flesh. The empresses. We start out with princess, then you get to queen, then you get to empresses. Now, as the priest rightfully say, Empress Menen is not the first that is labeled as an empress, but bearing the title of being the Alpha and the Omega, the King and the Queen of creation, representing the black woman from morning. It is a place where we are heading forward to. So naming the Empress who live the liberty, she make the sacrifice, in the book it talk about Christ and when bear. We all have to make the sacrifice of certain personal things in our life to step to that higher plane to be called gods and goddesses. And that is what the Empress, the title of being Empress, we give that. You could have never look upon Empress Sister Mama, Empress Lily, Sister Maisie, Sister Esther, and all of these empresses, and see what sacrifice they have made within their life through all this journey. The work side of the man, which is God in flesh. You could not take that title from her and say she because only Empress women you can call Empress. You understand? They have made that step forward spiritually, vibrationally, all form, all wide. To manage the creations, male and female energy, to be that female part of that creation force that make all things in our liberty. So she deserving of that. And I quite agree with is not all woman, then we could have said is have earned that title or have ascended to that title yet. But you give them so that they build themselves towards that. Step away from the woman of the world and the ways of the world and all of those things and step up to that liberty and that consciousness within themselves to manifest the consciousness, the universal consciousness that is the female energy of creation, you know? So yes, my lord, I'm on quite agree with Priest Rasavana and you know, how him explain the thing. And I see it like that, where the priesthood, you have a technical aspect of it, learning how to minister upon the altar and all of that. But we have greater heights to reach because at them level, after we do 40 years away, King Emmanuel teach it, how many of us can really touch and heal people? We still short at that full journey yet. And me experience that with Prince Emmanuel with sore and thing from my foot and touch that, and a couple of days later everything heal up. So me know that heights of liberty where the priest would supposed to bring it to. But that's why we have to separate yourself out of the world. You see it? Because you can't attain it and maintain it living in the world. That's why I live on the hillside. My lord, we don't want to talk too long still. But yeah, man, me give thanks for the opportunity to even speak a little bit, you know, on that topic. My lord and Empress. Blessed Lord.
Honorable Kessingram, we do give thanks for your input at all times, my lord. Always have a substance to it, you know. So as paraphrasing what the I say and it's a natural, our titles give us something to work towards, you know. Because when as the priest said, when Jah gave the priest, so it wasn't like we was this bestest and this great, but he see the potential
See
in
the
us.
potential, my lord. Yes,
Yes,
Majesty.
see the
Yes.
potential in us to work.
Yes.
So our title, same thing with the Empress, it gives us something to work towards, a higher
Yes.
calling. Most
Yes,
high,
man.
Selassie,
Selassie,
Jah,
right.
Rastafari, my lord. Floor is open, my lord and Empress.
Man says a heart for a kingdom, you know, honorable, through the chair. The man says a heart
Yes,
for a
Jah.
kingdom. So the man looking at the heart and him see that divinity, you know, even if it's small like a mustard seed at the time, him see it. And it's that him draw for. Because as I and I know, during our tenure in camp, we see some young man get priesthood early. And by how them even minister and how them move, you can see that the father did know where I do. Because I can speak about one like the Honorable Priest Kitty. You know, when the
What
man
that
they
you
come
never
and
say that.
yeah, you
Sorry.
understand, you can see. No my lad. Yeah man, you can see
True.
yeah,
True.
the man see
True.
what is in
True.
I and I. See?
True.
And all of I and I were called. You know, this is not a thing. You know, you rise up in Rastafari and you might rise up and you have all kind of bridging, being all kind of bridging, just Rastafari bridging. But this liberty call you if it's your liberty. It call you. And when you come to it, it's like a marriage, like how them say in the marriage, for better or worse. From you come to it and it's your calling, you're in it, and you can't, no matter where how you want to, you know, step away or you want to, whatever the trials that you go through might have pull you certain way. You just can't let it. And if you even move away for a minute, it pull you right forward. You
Coming right.
understand? Because
Yes.
because no greater is in your heart. The way your heart feel when you live it. Nothing else don't make your heart feel that way there.
That's
That
it.
internal God, that internal spirit. And that's why the man said one man countenance brighten another. That's why I and I brighten one another. When you book one of your brethren when you not see for a longer time, or one of your sister when you not see for a longer time. Like the other day when I there yard and I went to an event. It was Rasai's birthday, yes, and he kept it at the Peacemakers at Henry Place in a Clarendon. And I went. And I was so elated to see Empress Blackie. I hadn't seen Empress Blackie in a very long time. And just seeing her made the day better than if I didn't see her. Them way it gave me a current that I wouldn't have gotten. Not saying no, Marissa's sister that I saw and greeted me well and we hug and all of that wasn't fulfilling. But that likeness, that Christness that we share.
That Empress come Trinidad already, right? Empress Blackie.
I don't know, but I can just speak of my vibe with her because I come see her. Empress Blackie been with Dada for a very long time. And she's a woman that don't speak a lot. She's a very
Yes, right.
humble
You said
woman.
already at Trinidad, yeah?
Say one day at Trinidad.
Yes, Majesty.
Let's say that Empress carries herself royal.
Very humble in her demeanor.
Yes.
Seeing my lord. And
yeah.
Is a Empress. Everywhere me turn, me buck up on her. But me go up Montego Bay, Rasta vibes, she there. Wherever I turn within because she don't go to regular little thing. So you're not gonna see her at regular, but you see the real orthodox type Rastafari gathering, you go buck Empress Blackie.
And she
so
neat.
when I saw her there, it just gave me a current because it's someone that I respect from a longer time because she stand up with integrity and the liberty, my Lord and Empress.
Bless her. Empress Maisie.
My Lord, give
Bless
thanks
her.
and all the share. Blessed love, to the countries of Ireland's family again. And give thanks greatly for today's reasoning. Give thanks for what's said and done, Yeah. Glorify, man. I'm enjoying the reasoning so far. But there are so many questions come to my mind as Priest Savannah was reading about, the priest, the Melchizedek priest, and the levity and everything, the work of a priest. But to what I see, none of these priests in these days doesn't know the work of a priest or
Talk,
the
Mama, talk.
levity
Talk, Mama, we are here.
of a priest. The priest is then that I came in 1979 and saw on the foundation. These priests is them now, nothing like them. And I must say this, I don't want to hurt anyone or let anyone feel any way, right? I still give thanks, for them, because the fact still remain that they are doing the best they can, right? And we have to give thanks and glorify. But the priests I came and saw within them era, those priests were the priests hopefulness, the principles, the love, You understand? Everything about those priests in them time was, and I wouldn't say the 100 still, because you had priests that was faulty still, but not in any bad way. You never see them sit down by the wayside. You never see them with any black buckle in their hand or drinking out any bag juice bag or any conversation, sit down like them not have anything to do. You always see them on the move. See them with them bungalow broom on them going out to sell, seeing them come back. When they come back, them have church duty, yard duty, whatever duty they have. It's not like these priests, we don't have anything, most of them don't have anything to do. They don't know how to sell a broom. God bless those who are still selling one or two brooms. So, the work of a priest, enough, and that's why enough priests should have the platform today to hear the order of a priest and what we as Empress are looking from them to make the dirty clean and the crooked straight. Enough of these priests, I wouldn't want them to do nothing to bless me. When I'm blessing my grandchildren, I used to pick the priests then that I want to pray over my children, the heart. You understand? I didn't want certain priests, and it shouldn't be so. Every priest should have a right to do that, because it's a sermon order for everybody. But because of the levity of some of them, their ways, I would want them to touch my grandchild. So I used to pick the priests then that I want to bless my grandchildren. You understand? Anyhow, that's life. And we still have to fix it. The priests them have to fix the order, right? And to get it right. And so we are looking upon the elder priests them to really, do what they know to do best. Because I give thanks, I have some wonderful elder priests. Humble, sweet, loving, and kind. They're still here. And they're on this platform. And I give thanks for them. Touching the sisters them, the queens them, the empresses them. You couldn't look at a daughter where Tegareg, do anything, brawling, no principles and so on, to call her an empress. You understand? A royal empress. Remember, we are royal people, by the way, coming off a royal table before we were taken. So that dignity that is in us, was taken out, beaten out, lynched out. But we give thanks to the anointed teacher who come and lay the foundation and bid us welcome and teach us that we are royal, we are honorable. We give thanks. But you couldn't expect the sisters, them who didn't get the teaching like what we come and get, for them to be an empress. Because they don't know how. They would have to come to the foundation and we teach them. Because we teach many sisters, brawling as them is. That I say, if them brawling, let them come. Whatever they are, let them come. We will teach them the way how. And which we have done that. We have been there, we have done that. And they become bestowed upon them a royal empress. Speak properly, dress properly, respect each, everyone, and so on and so on. So, honorable family, we give thanks for the Father who really laid down, and give thanks to those who follow, because not everyone who come to the foundation love the principle and follow. So we have to give thanks to I and I self, who have been there in good times and bad times, and follow the Father teaching. And so we can come in this time teaching the younger ones and living The liberty is everything, Get this straight, both for priest and empress. The liberty is going to show who you are in this time. You could have a big education. You could have rich like whatever. And if you don't have the liberty, you are not saying anything. Because no one is going to sit and listen to you. And they know that you don't have any principle, you're not no liberty, you can't teach anyone. No one is going to listen. Because me never listen. Because I cannot live a better life or a better standard than the priests them who got set to teach and anoint and bless. When a man sick, the priest them is the power to go to that brother, talk with him, pray with him, and anoint him, right? And get him back well. But these priests here don't know how to do that, making time their judgment him get. And that is not the way of God.
So,
That's
Mama.
not the way of God. You understand? God heal, and he bless, and he anoint, and he raised the dead, and the deaf ear, and the blind see. Everything has done. Our brother is sick right now. Everybody, all the priests, them should be at his house, praying for him, anointing. Yeah, read the Psalms for him. Come on, fam. That's what the priests are all about. No priest should not, no bad word should not come out of no priest's mouth, no indecent language, no cussing and no one shouldn't be uttering from the royal priests, them offer the order of Melchizedek. But that's how it goes. And I've seen it. So I'm just gonna say this, family. If you say you're doing the work of God, royal priests. And you know why I'm on the priest? Then because the priest is the one, to keep the family in tune with God and to bring the word to the congregation. You understand? Yes. Give thanks, my Lord. I kind of emotion here and I don't want to do any further. God bless you. Blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable
Thanks,
Empress.
Mama. Give
It's
thanks. Yeah,
true,
man.
glorify.
I
Give
forget
thanks
it,
for
man.
the
God.
article, word song,
Bless,
And, even to show we how the Father is, I dread when I first hear about the Jah, I mean, they are Trinidad. And I show the man them what me But it reached to the point where now, I have nothing else to show, because I show them everything what I know. So we say, make we ride Jah. He said, make we ride that. And tell him, send a priest down here, fear and I, to show we, that we are willing. And, we are willing and cooperating. So, Jah right we forward now and tell me, and him say, sir, it will be better if you come up here first before I send one of my priests down there, which is just a natural, because him no know where I send the man them to. So me say, all right, my lord. And me reach up there. What a piece of traveling. Because me don't have all my turban already, So me touch Antigua. That means me are the first bobo touch Antigua, touch Barbados, touch Puerto Rico, touch St. Croix, put on a man turban, and on the way now, which was Priest Aswad and Priest Obadiah. But I put on Obadiah turban. But them two man me minister too. And me on the way to the foundation. And the first jolt me get is the two man who just sent to meet me. Because it's Priest Louis and Priest Way. And it's a history with Priest Louis. Because I reach because I plead guilty to manslaughter for my youth. So anyway, we reached the Wednesday. And man them say, well, fresh up yourself and come and check the father. So fresh up myself and thing and make a check Jah. First thing, the first man ever stand up for me. The man stand up, that means to say the whole And the priest, them, the entourage will wrong Jah. Every man stand up. And Jah bless me. And I say, whoa, in my mind, I'm saying, never get them kind of honors yet in my life. Eh? That was Wednesday morning, Wednesday evening. So everything cool, we sit down and Jah reason me now. And but to the way Jah talk, you know, can't catch what you must say to the fullness. So I say, my lad, should the man reincarnate at Jamaica and me reincarnate in Trinidad, me not to get understand so you can talk a little slower. And Jah just laugh and just continue talking the same way. So Priest Rocco say, oh, Honorable Prophet Time say, why you there, you could understand what the Black Christ say after that moment. And we laugh and think. And so Thursday morning now, it's a whole heap of nice me here. So me dey on the veranda, me and Priest Glass. I don't know if you had a priest them time there, and Priest Diego and Priest Redcraft. And they said, well, go on, the man, them a fight down there. And them, no, man, a Psalms reading. I said, oh, so that was Thursday morning. So Thursday, 12 o'clock, me reach down by the taban. Me see the Psalms reading. Friday, Thursday night, evening. So them time there, there's priest read Psalm, eh? The Thursday night, me dey by John, no chalice we burn and me left out there late. And me go to the yard. Friday morning, Peace Rocco walking around. Psalms readers. Psalms readers. So me dey on the veranda there. And me just easy coming to me a prophet. I know say. Priest Ainsley, get a robe and come and read Psalms. So me say, what? Yeah, just say it's only a priest know when a priest is needed. So get a robe, come and read Psalms and just say you're there on the goal for Sabbath. But this is the first Sabbath me I spend here. Why you say me don't know nothing, my lad? And yeah, all right. And so just see that in me before me even see it in myself. Because me ask for him to send a priest. And him tell me, say, you are the priest. And then now when me in the camp a moment and the empresses and them, no disrespect to no one. But you know, I see Empress Maisie too here. I see Empress Maisie. I think she was free at that time too. And Empress Esther, Justice, me say, the Empress and them, all Priest Fish and Empress too. Priest Glass Empress. But the Empress and them shining. It's like, and some angels may I see this, so you know, to the way how, may I say, whoa. So that means to say now, it give me something high to aspire to. Because I didn't see myself worthy to say a priest. But if just say, I mean to say, no, I have to be the best that I can be. So, as we say, the Liberty Order supposed to inspire you to always be the best that you can be. You know that way there? I mean, me is a man, you know. Me like woman and everything. It's natural. But the vibes me see when me see them empresses and them, it was like, yeah, well, I like that one day, you know. No, it's like, whoa. Me not even think me can talk to them to the way how, you know, see it. Yeah. And me I go close with this. First time I keep Sabbath is in Jersey City with Jati and Jack Grunchy. And it was Priest Diego and them time there Prophet Diego and Prophet Gabby was up there. So me got in at the gates. And the Empress, I think was Priest Prophet Diego, or Priest Diego Empress opened up the gate. He was Grunchy's sister. And she said, blessed love my Lord. And the first me ever get that greeting. Me not even know how to respond, you know. I mean, like, because you know, I didn't know what to say. Then the only Empress boy said, blessed of my Lord. I didn't even know how to respond. I didn't think I have nothing in me to correspond to the heights there. So, Jah, liberty supposed to make we always aspire to be the best that we can be. Sorry to be so long-winded, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Floor is open.
Honorable Chair, if no one else.
Yes, my Lord.
moment.
That's one
Yeah,
please.
the balance, the balance of, like the Tycho say, of the reasoning today, the balance, that balance, because this reasoning came from first week's reasoning with the royal empresses. We had a nice amount of empresses here on last Sunday, and they performed so divinely, and certain questions and certain statements that were made manifested this reasoning. Um, the one of the main question, was the reason why a priest, a empress should not hold their trinity. Since we have, I want to make sure so we answer some of the questions that were asked. And
Yeah,
since we have
yeah.
some of the mighty priests them on the platform today, we didn't have priest Earl that day as one of the general, and we didn't have the honorable elder statesman, honorable priest Knuckles.
Yes,
So I
Ingram.
want to put that out there. So if the ones them feel the current in them can respond to the empress them. Why the empress them is not allowed to hold the Trinity, and other things, other roles that I, the priest, office
But that
fulfill.
was the main one.
That was the main one. Seeing that and the drumming aspect of it, we kind of
Yeah,
touched on, and I would just leave it there to the royal platform of royal priests to respond.
my lord. Yes, honorable priest and priest. You could have given the empress them that clearance as to say why they put their hand on the art while we hold the article, the Trinity, my lord.
Yes, honorable priest.
My
Honorable
lord.
family. Yeah, well, um, everything about that part there is above a foundation because the other houses them they other empress them all them Trinity. We don't even trouble them neither, but they do all them Trinity. So it is a bubble type of thing where we come and we not see the empress them all them Trinity. So what we see the empress do or that we teach also. So personally I never go into the aspect of why, because remember I come see this way and I never even ask. You know what I mean? Yes, so when it come on to know the duty of a priest, just like what I heard that one of the patriarch in Trinidad is sick. And as I heard, I called the ambassador, you know what I mean? Yes, and inquire what is going on because you can't have one of the brethren sick and we as priests. You see? So I reach out to the ambassador, you know what I mean? And I even volunteer also, for, to go and help him along the way because I had to go amongst the honorable priest scalers. And I help a lot of individuals like even Christopher McCarthy, the honorable priest, you know what I mean? And, one of him other brethren that were there, Prophet Patrick, and many other individuals I saw come and I see them really get healed through the herbs. So was even speaking about that, but the priest now, take and take our money. So I said to I as a student of the honorable priest scale, and I was helping my brethren them along the way. So I would say I would have volunteered also to make that priest trad. I have my duty, I have my vineyard and them thing there, but when it come on to life, life is more important, although we know say food is the staff of life. Yes. So even as a priest, I don't wait for another individual to say, go and do your priesthood duty to go help the priest with four-stage cancer. Because Dr. Sebi say all of these things can turn forward, even all AIDS and all of these things. What are the herb said we? Even if him go to doctor and get check up, we see the progress or see if it get less. Because the doctor is good when you go. and see if it get less. So I know where cancer patients supposed to eat. Him come out for the synthetic white flour, rice. You don't eat too much sweet, neither, whether banana, papa, anything like that. It must just a little minute amount. The Verbian, the Spanish needle, the king of the forest, the sour sap, and all of these herbs you combine. You see it? So, I don't even wait for no individual because even when you check the Auntie Joe, as Mama Maisie said, we're supposed to go and pray. Auntie Joe was way down. And I go and pray for him more than one time. And right now, we see the power of prayer that him could have move up and down now, even go sell him broom because him can't just sit down. You see it? So, where the virgin name again on our chair?
Chris Butch.
Yes, and as a soldier, in the harder. So, when him reach where him reach, we have to show the love. You see it? Well, the harder really drop in Trinidad where there is no service. So, sometimes it needs some man from outside also, to go and revive that harder also because man, I make money all around, but the order of the Melchizedek is lacking. Yes, my lord. One perfect Lord.
Bless. Yes. So even within that question there, Honorable Kessingham, you have a word you could give the Empress them as to say why we hold the Trinity and the Empresses them don't? From your point of view.
Yes. Well, there is a power in holding the Trinity. It solidifies your electromagnetic energy, and the Trinity amplifies that it can be a force, can be used as a force for a shield and a protection about us. I remember Honorable Priest Edley tell me the story about when the man them back up him man Jassy over the grind. Gunpoint. Want rob Jassy watch car we just come from foreign. And the priest when him draw him Trinity upon him and the prophet see that. And the two of them draw them Trinity upon the man just get weak. And the gun start drop on him just pick up some stone and run him with him gun. There are sciences that the Father teaching us where me, myself, and many of us don't fully come to the full comprehension of it yet. But the practice of it will bring us to that. Now, when the Empress them, I've never seen nor that I promote the Empress them to make a Trinity. The left hand over the heart is another way. And just like how the Empress them sing and chant and everything in the tabernacle, but it's only the priest can go up on the altar. Because there are times when a woman would be able to go, so it don't become a practice. Same way, there are things that the man would hold, certain power play that the man would hold, that the Father don't make the Empress them take that position. Them take the creativity and organization that them carry. That is for them journey. And I think the and over the heart that we all practice, both man and woman. But for the woman, it more a magnification of our heart feelings and our internal. So that is where Jah put that. That is fear position, and the man have theme position. And that's why man see it is not a conflict or anything like that. That's just the role that she play, and that's just the role that we play in ourselves. Because like I say, the Trinity is a combination of energy and creating a force that you can use in defense, while the one over the heart is a protection, you know? Yeah, so that is how I man would not really see that. I don't know, that is a great explanation, but it is how I hold it still within myself.
My
You know?
Lord.
My Lord.
Yes,
Give
Majesty.
thanks. And when you speak, priest knuckles, a
Yes.
vision, when I say a vision, but a meditation come to my heart to show we say the completion of the man and woman. But the man
Yes.
hold the Trinity and the woman
Yes.
hold the heart, which is two
Yes.
PowerPoint said way. So
Yes.
together, let me see indestructible, they're the ultimate shield, you know,
Yes.
when the man and the
Yes.
woman they stand up Alpha and Omega. My
Yeah.
Lord.
Yes.
Before
It's more
go ahead, my Lord.
sorry.
Go ahead.
It is like in reasoning, I man see it like when say you and the Empress stand up and there is a questionable energy force in front of you. The woman put her hand over the heart and that
Yeah.
blocks us, both of us. The man
Ye-
made the Trinity now is a push
Yeah.
forward, a forcing that
Yeah.
energy
I
out
so
of the way,
say, yes,
cut and
priest.
clear. Yeah,
Yes,
you understand?
cut that
So
clear.
one is
Yes,
more
priest.
defensive and one is more offensive in concentration of power, like a magnifying glass. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
with the
together them
sunshine,
is
you
a
know?
defense and an offense.
It can control both elements, you know, see it?
Yes, God.
Yes, man.
Rastafari.
Yes, and
Quick
Richie, before the other
interjection.
priest come in,
Hold on.
Yeah.
Quick interjection. You have priest sevens that is waiting and
And
priest.
priest Adigan. Yeah, I see
yeah,
it.
So
let us ask like a
quick in,
little one little word before. Yeah,
Go
before,
ahead, priest.
the heart, you remember the 12 zodiac sign, you know, the heart represent the lion, you know? Yes, the Leo, you know what I mean? Like how you could have a you know, the 2 foot them represent
Yeah.
the Pisces and the kidney, represent the balance for the temple, the Libra. So you can find the 12 zodiac sign within the temple. So the heart really and truly represent, you know, that lion, that Leo. Yeah, man, one prophet.
Rastafari. My Lord.
yeah, quick
And oh,
interjection.
go
Hold on.
ahead, priest Rastavana. Quickly.
Quick interjection. Yeah, quick before priest sevens coming. I know priest sevens itching for touch this. Um, I just want to bring back some because through the Virgin them wasn't here first week. I just want to bring back some of the narrative that was expressed, so one can even get a greater picture of where the discussion was. We talked about the triune, the triangle. It is really a triangle that is made when you make the Trinity. And we spoke of in the presentation first week, it expressed what that triangle means. See? Now, just like the word saying, Trinity, to I and I, what is the culture of the Trinity within Bobo? The prophet, the priest, and the king. We're not talking about no other trinities because we also acknowledge other trinities, the Father, the mother and child. We acknowledge there are several type of trinities. But we're talking about now within the divine order of Melchizedek. The Trinity is the prophet, the priest, and the king. So when you invoke the Trinity, you're invoking that energy, that force that priest Knuckles talk of those three divine beings. And as was expressed in the narrative, remember the male role is as a protector, a security force within the family. Seeing? So, and the honorable priest Knuckles touch it too. Him say, in time of danger, when you invoke that Trinity, it neutralizes that opposing force that is coming at you. For I and I as Rastafari, when we are in a challenging moment, we always draw for that. You see, I and I draw for the Trinity. Whether it is you're coming up on a roadblock with peer police and say you have some little sacrament with you and whatever, just using some simple life experiences. And you draw for your Trinity and you say some words in yourself, along with drawing for the Trinity. And before you know it, you pass through that roadblock, then you're going about your business. And when you look, you see them all pull some other man, you know, and gone with them, and them have the same thing where you did have. See, you rarely see Bobo back in the day go through them kind of hustle there because of the energy of the priesthood and that understanding that we carry. Seeing now the triangle is a science, you know, which we spoke of last week, and I won't delay any further. I can come back again after the honorary priest them express themselves. Back to the chair.
Honorable Priest Evans, my lord.
My lord, you know, sir, I had my hand raised before this topic here coming on. I would have come with something different, so I don't want to come up with topic. And
All right.
maybe let Prince Aragon go if he's on this topic, and I'll come after my lord.
All right, my lord.
Yeah.
Honorable Priest Aragon.
Blessed Lord, my Lord and Majesty. Give thanks to life.
Majesty.
Yeah, once again. Well, we have to see it has become a symbolism used in services and reverence the Trinity, but the emperor used it in many ways because that's who we derived it from. So the orchestrator of that, because I've looked throughout the earth and I've seen so much portrait with the emperor using hand signals in many different ways. I've even seen him where he put him spread all him fingers. Same Trinity, but all of the fingers are open. It's not the miggles are clasped in the center. I have seen him do that. No, but to give another clearance, what I want, the closest person I've met to the royalty, the actual monarch who was round the monarch, is my white doctor and his court photographer, Shamelis Desta. Honorable Priest Ras Havana, you know of His Majesty's court photographer, Shamelis Desta? Anyone know of that? His Majesty's court
No, sorry, my lord. I was answering you, but I never realized I was mute. I heard of him, my lord, but I can't tell you say I know much of it.
Well, I met him in Birmingham, England here in 1987. And he gave a clearance on the hand symbols, what we call the Trinity. Him say His Majesty has two ways how he holds this Trinity. And you often see him hold when he's meeting. If you see the documentaries, especially the Lion of Judah documentary, you see when he's meeting all kind of dignitaries and you will see him holding the Trinity. But you have to check the mannerism of how he holds the Trinity, because Shamelis Desta, the court photographer of His Majesty, said that what we call the Trinity symbol represents two things, a heart and a spear. Him say, if the emperor feel you is the enemy and you come to meet him, he would hold the same acting, but he would make the point of where the thought come together, point up.
Yes.
Where it look like a spearhead.
Yes.
Just check yourself, do it. Just do it and look at it, and you'll see it look like a spearhead. And then him have another one where him bend it, and it look like a literal heart. When him bend the symbol down, so when him point it up, it represents a spear. When him point it down, it represents a heart. So that's what we call the Trinity symbol, according to His Majesty's photographer. It represents two things, a heart and a spear. The spear for the enemy and the heart for the ones who is not considered enemy and the loving ones. So yeah, we like we said, His Majesty use it, and like he says, a power inverting like himself. If him feel your spirit is of the enemy, him shape it like a spear. You understand? So he's understanding the author of that symbolism. I've never seen no other leaders on portraits or photograph. And pertaining to Empress Menin, I've never seen a live picture with her, but I have seen a painting which I think she stood and make someone paint her, and she was actually holding that what we call the Trinity. It's the one and only picture I have seen of Empress Menen actually holding the Trinity. You understand? And I'm not sure if other Ethiopian in general all this symbolism, but it's only the emperor I really see prolifically push out this unsymbolism, what we call the Trinity, you know? So I have no problem in the distinguishment of the Empress them and over art and man holding what we call the Trinity. It makes that distinction, you know, to show you the balance in the man and the woman kingdom, you know? Yeah.
My
So give
Lord.
thanks to the art, you know, bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. So that's
Rastafari.
understanding. That's the understanding. Just to give another, like I want to talk about invoking power, just to give you another scenario of what that and symbolism I learned it has mean in a heart and a spear, you know? So I never know, cause a Rasta in general all it. So that's just a lesson what I learned of it still, my Lord. Bless you, Lord.
My Lord. And
To the
one of
chair.
the, yes, Empress Maisie, one brief moment.
Yeah, man,
The
go on.
reason also come about in this time that we see its feminine energy take a rise. But the white world come up with this kind of a feminism where they want to figure say equal. So anything a man can do, them can do. And some of our black sisters, African sisters, pick up that kind of a fight also. That struggle to say, well, you know, in the sense of equality, but we was reasoning about equity, you know that way there, because equality wouldn't apply this, so because it's not everything you do, I have to do in order to make we see that we are equal. Because even in the process of birth, we plant the seed, but the woman them carry it, and in order to carry it, the belly had to swell. We don't have that ability, and they have the ability with the fallopian tubes and them thing they you so called to feed the baby while it yet in them. We don't have that ability, but that not mean to say we unequal. You know what I mean? Because we participate in the birth, because we plant the seed, said way. So it's a equal co-parenting. So we see in this world how the white world is a false sense of equality them are come with. To the way how their man folk used to treat them back in the
Yes,
day. You
yes,
understand? And treat them
yes,
like animal. And
yes,
just what it was them get a chance to vote. You
yes,
know?
man.
But
Yes,
we always, and especially before slavery, we had a matriarchal kingdom. Our matriarch stand strong. They run the household, you know. So these was some of the the premise that this reason here come out of to say, well, like we equal, but we have different roles. My Lord and Empress,
yes.
floor is open. Honorable
Yes,
Empress
Majesty.
Maisie.
Yeah, I just want to say give thanks again for this wonderful reasoning. It is really a blessing, right, to what we are reasoning about today. And a woman could not do everything a man do and still be a woman, right? Because man does enough things that is not up for. So we could not do all that we have done. But what I give thanks for in this time is that man is coming to realize that we are no bubble tail. You understand? Because they used to look at us like we are the tail and they are the head. We do respect man, that man is the head, of course. You understand? But we are no tail. We are equal gender. You understand? Because they plant the seed, we carry it. If they could plant the seed and carry it, then we would be no use. Woman would be no use. But the equality of Jarastafari, man plant, we carry, we nurture, we bring forth, so we are powerful. Is it? Oh God, women are so powerful in this hurt. And no sisters doesn't know, who we are and how we should really live, within ourselves as women. You understand? So that's why we give thanks again for the equality of Jarastafari, and the man come and taught us. We have a right, just like man. You see it? And so we have to defend our right. Because in times gone by, back into the olden days, woman wasn't looked upon, as we have no right. It's just a man. And so all they look upon us as just to, they do the domestic work, wash, cook, clean, and make babies and comfort them. But we step out of that. We are still doing that, of course, but we step out of that. You understand? And we are showing them that we are equal. You understand? And the thing about it too, they can step up on us as they usual. You see, because what wasn't taught to us from back into the days, it is revealing to us now. And woman should know who we are and the power that we have in righteousness, though, not in anything to say, we are over man. We are not over man. Man is the head. And we always give man their respect. But man also must show back the respect to I. You understand? You have some of them when we talk, we must not open our mouth. We must not say anything. But we women must sit and listen to them and don't have any human rights. No, it's not anymore. You understand? We have to defend our truth and our right. You see it in dignity and in right. You understand? And show who we are. Look at our warriors queen back into the centuries. If them wasn't seeing themselves as a warrior, I think they could defend and even come and help their man to fight off any adventure that coming up on them. Sometimes them tell them, King, go rest. We will stand up in front. We will fight if it necessary. You understand? And look at us now. Give thanks to the councils of elder teaching. I have learned so much from the councils of elder teaching to know that we are not like a dibby. We are equal in the sight of Rastafari. Equal, but we have to know our rights. We cannot want to step where our foot is not to step. You understand? We have to keep our bound, know our rights, know our principle, right? I wouldn't want to go up here and up on a pulpit or up on the altar to go culture. That is not my place. You understand? That is the priest, them. You understand? But from you have a priest as a king man, then you are a priestess. I am a priestess, right? Because my king man was a priest, and I still maintain that priest order, right? By living the way of a priestess. Understand? I don't have to go up on the altar to culture and to show the world that I am a priestess, right? The liberty that I live show who I am, that I am a priestess. I am a priestess. Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed Lord.
Blessed Lord, Honorable Empress. And I think it was first year we did a program with the Omegas who was at the side of all those freedom fighters and mighty freedom fighters. And we get to understand, the woman at the side was a great strength to them. We even see that We even see that they formed the
The
woman
Woman Pan-African Association.
yes,
Yes.
and that was before the OAU formed. That was 1 year before. To show you
The
see how we
July,
are.
yes.
Yes, you know, yeah. So it's only colonialism come and try water down the role of a woman, you know. And not just on we side, you know, but on them side too, you know. That's how evil that colonialism was, you know. Them get a dose. That's why you see the white woman a fight and a struggle now for she rights. You know, because them get that dose there. But that was inflicted upon us through colonialism. Them mentality, mindset, and behavior. Man are beating woman and all them kind of thing and promiscuity and you know all them things is a result of colonialism, my lord and empress.
Through the
Floyd,
And
chair.
just as you said, my lord, go ahead.
Yeah, and it is embedded in the Judeo-Christian and the next one,
Muslim,
The Muslim.
and the Muslim, my lord. The Abrahamic, all the Abraham derived religion was an attack on the black family, the black government, and the black system of belief in God. Because our tradition always had God and Goddess.
always.
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 When them derive for them take our basic structure and set it in a for them way to be a male dominated, male superior
Yeah.
teaching. And that is
Because
what try to help mash up the black family of us out in the West under colonialism.
not cutting your priest. You know, in order to be an Ethiopian priest, you must be married.
Never know that.
I neither. Me never know
Never
that
know
neither.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
In the
And I
Orthodox
want,
Church, in order for
yeah.
you to be a priest, you have to be a married man.
They don't need a balance, my lord.
You
And I want
say,
to touch back to now on the drums.
yes,
That
yes,
was part of it too.
yes.
When we realize or understand that is a spiritual warfare and we are using the drums as a weapon. When I say earthquake, lightning, and thunder, we're calling that energy, you know, for multiply it, you know, push it out there against the evil forces that fight against us. Now the woman being the cradle of humanity and the place that bring forth life.
Right.
Yeah. She has an opening to that womb where she have to protect.
That
That's why
portal.
I say, yeah, that's why I say the hand over the heart is more a protection principle because she have to carry that life form within her. That is fear role. While we have the role of charging and attacking the other forces and things them. You understand? So is
Yes,
a
sir.
two-part. The war is two-part of the war, you know. But we have to protect the future where she do. And we have to protect her and ourselves.
And ourselves.
So the drum is not the Nyabingi drum is not something and then Tesla teach about the reality of vibration and frequency and how it can hurt. I man see a white man coming at the tabernacle one time and him same one come see Dada and Dada tell him to go on a service. And the man come in a service and stand up and as soon as the music start playing the bass drum boom, boom 2 times, the man cramp up and hold him belly and have to come out of the tabernacle. So we know the energy and the force that come out of the drum and one time we have it in a harmony. We can come in, we can be like sharpshooters, just specifically a certain vibe, if it lick certain things and certain energy, you know?
Yes.
And all of that. So it wouldn't be the place of an empress to be playing Nyabingi. Now, if she want the little drumming and thing our house and thing as part of music, it would be a different thing to me. But for play a part of the Nyabingi band and something like that, no. It can be harmful to her in her state, and especially when she have child in the womb, you know. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
Yeah.
And I repeat, Knuckles, before you move there, yeah, you come and what you do, you repeat exactly what we said first week, my lord. Exactly what we were stating first week.
It truth remains the same, you know, my lord.
Yeah.
Exactly. You understand?
It's true. It's
So
true. Exactly.
one can say that general consensus is not, the teaching.
Yeah, man, the truth remains the same overall for my lord. In
So,
different spiritual avenues too, is the same understanding you that get.
so
We just
we say
experience it through the Rastafari, Bobo Shanti order, but there are many other orders that reflect the same understanding and wisdom.
so we say these things that even the empresses around us and certain people question you, you have an answer where you can give a clearance, not like
Yeah,
you
man.
don't. You understand?
Yeah,
So
man.
these
Yeah, man.
are, yeah.
And
So
them have the right to ask, priest.
that's why we say it was no problem
Why we
because that's what
answering
the
it?
question was
Yeah.
asked.
Yeah.
There is a reason why Solomon referred to wisdom as her in the feminine gender,
Yes,
my lord.
yes,
They
yes, my
carry it,
love.
my lord. You see it? Yeah.
Yes, Master.
And
Yes,
like we
I.
say, the Empress free to have our drum circle, because there's a thing what them call drum circle. Seeing
Yes.
where one and there's no problem because I have enjoyed some drum circle with some sister where as a matter of fact we have um a little protege here, a little wizard here, what's she name? Nyamka, Graham. Seeing from she a little youth, she coming to the Gavi event. From she little, like about 5. And we would give her moment where she would drum and she would go down the aisle and go between the seat them and drum and current up the people them. So you can
Yes.
imagine now that she's in her teens, she has
Yeah.
become a master drummer within that drum circle category
Yes.
of drum. Not Naya
Yes.
Bingi. Like we
No.
said first week, Naya Bingi is a war drum. It's a drum
Yes.
that carries like I said, we see Priest Keith and Priest Shani sit down 8 o'clock in the night and them don't get up till sun come up. And Priest Shani
Yes.
will tell you when them go use the bathroom, even like tinges of blood come out.
Yeah, but me
Because
see him play till the jump in the whole of the jump top full of blood to my lord. Yeah,
okay,
man.
so you see the kind of energy that it requires in the Nyabingi drumming, which is
Yeah.
different from any other genre of drumming. And that is
True.
what we were establishing. Not that the woman can play drum or touch a drum because they had this thing like the woman can't touch the drum. No, we're not talking
That
about
is
that.
not. No.
We're talking
No.
about
No.
the
No.
part of Nyabingi.
Yes, and
That's it.
for the protection of her motherhood also. If you watch,
Rastafari.
when you watch, you can pick sense out of nonsense. When you watch the
Yes,
movie The Warrior Queen, in the warlike state that they have assumed, them put aside the motherhood time, and none of them would be bearing children to be part of that warrior army. You see it? So is something where you have to protect the motherhood state. It's something where she have to protect from vibration and things that she might not yet understand, but to keep her away from that. You see it? Yes, man.
Rastafari. My
Yes.
And we're
love.
talking about now the greatness of the
Priest
queen.
emigrating here, priest.
Eh?
Yeah, he's coming with a different reasoning. So we're gonna seal up on this and then let him go on a different reasoning. He's coming with a different. So yeah, and within the feminine what they call now power.
Energy, yeah.
We did a program some weeks ago where it was telling you that when the emperor in his early tenure he was kidnapped and held by some of his local people within, that was being brainwashed into the whole communism and the Red Terror vibe, the Menguste culture. And the Empress take a armored vehicle and bust through the gate of the barracks of the garrison and rescued her husband. That show you the level of bravery. It shows you the internal power where she carry. So there's no competition. There's no conflict, as the priest said, within the gender. As long as you know your power, acknowledge your power, and your ones and ones that you are with, revere that power as well, which is what I and I as Ashanti does. Honorable Priest Earl said it earlier. We elevate the woman then to a certain level from early out. Early out. There has never been a conflict within the genders when it comes.
It's a compliment, my lord, not a conflict, Yeah.
So that is where it there.
My lord.
Honorable Chair, if you want to let go Honorable Priest 7 now, make him enlighten us.
Yes, Honorable. Go ahead.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Emperor.
My lord.
It's time for the reading. Yes, I want to rewind back to where we were talking about the title of Emperor.
The what?
The title.
The title.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I think we get caught up in appearance sometime, because truth says, and I liberty and come that we refer to each other as my Lord and Empress. So it's natural that is embedded in us in a kind of way, right? But automatically, when we see the Empress with Paul and long dress, automatically we refer to them as Empress, right? But look, when an Empress comes from outer road and she comes to the camp, right? For the moment that she's abiding in the camp, we give her a fall to wear and a long dress to wear. And same way we refer to her as Empress right away, right?
Yeah.
The same Empress would come from outer road, you see her uptown, downtown, somewhere.
Yeah.
And you don't really look at her that way no more. You might say sister and, or you call her by her name because she's not in the camp yard, and she's not wearing the fall and she have on the pants and whatever. So, woman of right is goddess in flesh, right? And the woman of right is the Empress same way, right? So, what I'm saying is just simple as the right in a woman for her to receive that title. How it should be, but we don't really go on so. We more time, we more focus on appearance. You see it? Because look, we now highlight the woman them before the OAU. The Pan-African who really start the thing. You see it? We don't know them lifestyle or whatever, how much children they have, if they're promiscuous or whatever. But we know it's God Almighty moved through them woman them there to fulfill that there in that time. You see it? So it's just as simple as the right in a flesh to bring a fulfillment, to give them honors as Empress or Goddess. So I don't know how the item see it, if what I'm saying making sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense, priest. But as we established earlier on, them titles, they give someone something to aspire to be. Because, Jano, like let me show you bring that example where a woman come in the camp. All right, let me say on my side, I go see a woman, she come in the camp and she keep a service and we hail her Empress. Now, if I go out a road and I see that woman out a road, the first word will come out of my mouth will be Empress said, you know.
That's the eye. That's the
Yeah.
eye.
You know, and so we say that word song now, because if you ever look at a woman, when you give them that title, Empress, even outer road, not even we, because we Empress are custom, but I want outer road, I say, blessed love Empress. It does something to them. It makes them look in themselves one time to see if they even worthy. So it's a name what could aspire you to be the better than you better yourself, better than you was yesterday. That's how I use that word there, my lad.
Honorable Chair, I going to come in with a say, we always come with a
Come in,
different
man.
spin.
Just come in.
Well, two things are going to point out. This reasoning that going back in the day in the 70s in our camp, seeing, and
yeah,
the explanation that was given. Like you said, there is a princess. A princess is an youth, an adolescent
right,
coming up. Seeing, she becomes a queen when she reach a certain age and assume a certain responsibility. Seeing, then she becomes an empress when she reach a certain level. That was how it was expressed to I and I back in those days.
right.
Later on, I leave camp and come forward. I realized that one was calling every woman empress.
Okay.
Empress Empress became like another name for woman. Now, all right, let's put that out of the way. That letter that you spoke of, that was written to Rastafari. It was written by one of the royal family, a member of the royal family,
Yeah.
and I spoke to her on the phone, so I can speak of a first-hand conversation. I spoke to her on the phone, and we had an exchange. I expressed myself, but I listened to her as well, because sometimes we tend to be like we're dominant, like our our opinion or our sound is the only sound or the most valid sound. No, I humbled myself and I listened to what she was saying, and I would have I would have loved the father to be here right now, although I'm there in I and I, but the physical father to have this conversation with him and let the Empress express what she expressed and hear what the father have to say. Because what she said has a value to it too. Because what she said is that in the realm of Ethiopia, the title Empress has a value to it. Has a value to it. Seeing? And by how Rastafari use it, according to what she was saying, we have diminished that value. And if you listen to all the components of what she said, all the narrative that she expressed, there is some value to what she was saying. Now, I won't say I at that moment totally agreed with her. It is a time after in really being unbiased and sitting down in myself and thinking about what she said. I have to reflect forward and say, so she have a sound where she really are black. It's a sound where I and I have to take into account. If everyone is an if everyone is an empress, then the word empress don't mean nothing then, brethren. If every woman out the road and everywhere is an empress, it's just another name for woman then. So it's a reality. It is something that and remember now, the father was building us. And we were there to build with the father. You see, there's a thing again, I might stand alone, but I have to block the sound because it's a sound in eye. We have this thing of like we cannot reason with our father and put our points to our father. And that is not the father where I did know. I don't know about no man else. See? Just like we always talk about the registering of the church, and when the father had it that when we register, we would register with the World Council of Churches. And it's after I and I explain that, after I and I go get the real information and bring it forward to the father dispense with that and tell Priest Turk say him to go check it out and deal with it. Because that was the understanding that was shared amongst the early elders and certain Rastafari, that when you register as a church or register in the system that way, that you're registering with the World Council of Churches, when that is not real. When you register the church, you're licensing the church, just like how you license the truck for run on the road. See, you're licensing it to be a legal entity within the space. And when the father understood that, him let go the other narrative. And one would be fearful to present that to the father, just going to hold on certain, what according to what I and I would say, well, we come here. But it's not everything we come here is 100%. And sometimes what we hear become obsolete because we get greater knowledge as we grow. Seeing? So what I'm saying is I myself challenged the daughter at the time with that reasoning. And it's later on I had to come to that understanding in myself. So, so she have a point. She has a point. You understand? There are certain titles that have a criteria to it. If there is no criteria, then where is the value? How do you place the value? If everyone is just an empress, and if everyone is just a priest, and then where is the value? There has to be a criteria. And that is what we are supposed to be building. That is what the Father call us to do, to build with him, to bring those value adage to the levity, to now point out the fact that Father, such and such and such, just like how it was explained in the 70s, that a female child as a child is a princess. She's not an empress. She's not a queen. She's a princess until she reaches a certain stage in life and has certain responsibility. Then she becomes a queen. And then it step up from that now as a queen to an empress. And that is how that title rests in Ethiopia and in the realm of kings and queens, Because an empress is a queen of queens. An empress is not just a queen, An empress is a queen of queens. Just like how an emperor is a king of kings. Majesty and honor.
That's one question. That's one something, Priest Dougie. That's one to the chair.
Yes, Empress.
Yeah, when I came in 1979, and I was taught by the honorables then that even if a woman or a sister is 50 or more year and she don't take her and she don't have a king, she's a princess. That's what I was taught, And
you hear it there? You hear it, family?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mama.
As soon as she take herself a king man, she shall become an empress. Right, my lord, that is what I was taught when I came to the foundation. No matter how old you are, because my adopted mother, she was a princess until the day she died, because she never take herself a king. So she come on this earth, so she go back, because the man that she was looking on, a pastor, he died young, and she didn't take herself a man. So I said to myself, my adopted mother, she's a princess till the day she died. But once you take yourself a king man, you are no more a princess, you are now an empress. That is what I was taught when I come to the foundation. I just want to share that, family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. It adds to what I'm saying. Because when the father had called he called the house when we were getting that explanation. It's the entire house he spoke to. He called us round his palace. and we gathered around his palace, and that is where I got that narrative from. Honorable Priest Evans, I hear you were shouting.
No, truly, but yet still, we are not going to look at a one over the age of 60 and call her princess, crystal princess that. We wouldn't do that. Yet still. But that is the fullness of being an empress. What Empress Mary just showed us there. Right? So when these titles I see, it is for purpose, just to give us honor, regardless of if we don't really reach up to the standard of it. We still use it just to be honorable to each other and say honorable titles. You know, so that is why I was talking about the daughter out the road who is living uprightly and respectfully, you know, still give them the honor, as the priest was saying before, to give them something to aspire to be, you know. So I give thanks that Empress Mary show us that there, because that shows a whole lot of us I never knew that, you know. But that is standard principle of how the thing's supposed to go. They say it, but like I say, understanding, my Lord, it's greater to make each other feel good and to uplift each other with words, regardless of if it's not, you know, to the proper principle of how it's supposed to be, or the ordinance of how it's supposed to be set. But words is supposed to be used to uplift each other, regardless of what. That's the point I'm trying to make, regardless of what and regardless of who you is. If we want to bring out the best out of each other, even though we might not be at our best, but if we want to bring out the best out of each other, we use upright words one to the other, regardless of what. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Nice points.
And I will agree, since no one else step up, I will agree with the endearment, endearment. But again, those titles are not for that. You understand? When we say God and Goddess now, you're endearing the Empress, you're endearing everyone. Because the goddess, the princess is a goddess too. Same way. The matter what our age is. See, just like how the man now is a god, no matter what age, as long as them living within a level of principle and righteousness. See, but title, just like how we precisely pointed out that you had a prophet, then you had a leading prophet, you have an acting priest, then you have a leading priest. There are criteria for that, And what we have done, and the princess highlighted, is that we have taken the value from those things. See, we have taken the value from it by using it just willy-nilly. We can endear people with using good and upright words and all of that, but within an order and a levity. Remember those two words, an order and a levity. The levity is there's a criteria to that word, and an order, it expresses itself. It's an order. That means there are set pathways within that practice. See, and that's why it's an order. See, so these are the things that we are trying to we would like to see reinstituted, where there's value returned back to the standard of our liberty, and we don't reduce it just to the baseness of earth, because that is what colonialism has done. Reduced everything, reduced the empress them to the base domestic. It reduced I and I to boy and girl. It reduced, you understand, to commoners. When we are, as Mama Maisie said earlier, we are of royalty. We come off a good table. See, we have spiritual etiquette. And if you are not portraying that, How can you be if you like Mama Maisie said, I forget the word she used to describe that type of thing. You know, the Tegereg and the whatever. Seeing if you are of that mentality and I buck you and I'm going to impress you, then something too irie with that Rasta. Then she's the same thing as Mama Maisie. Mama Maisie being an empress and Mama Lily being a royal empress. You mean so the little one out the road we don't know no liberty, no principle, no nothing. They are the same thing. Then
Can't
what is
work,
it all about?
can't work that way. Never,
Can't
never work.
can't see it, me can't see it either, and that is what we are saying. This is not a topic about um endearing the ones, because I agree with you 100% 37s in that using words and statements that endear one another, that build up and pull the higher heights out of each other. But we're talking about now a liberty and an order of practice, the priesthood order, the Melchizedek order. When we are going to say, when we going to go to a road and say we have the highest order and we're going to look at the virginum of the Nyabingi and the 12 tribe and others and feel like we are greater than them, how can we, if within our liberty everything is just everything, what makes us higher than them? It has to be a standard life that makes us, when we say the people above all organization, what does that mean? That means so we are better than every other organization out there, or does it mean that our principle of how we function as an association puts us beyond the level of a regular organization? We have to define it. We have to start define it and look at the definitiveness of it. Family.
To the chair. To the
Right,
chair, my
yeah.
last. I have a question, please. When the sisters them come to the foundation, what away from calling them empress, because yeah, what did we address them as? Sister so and so, Sister Blackie, Sister Maisie, Sister, before we get the honors of being called an empress. Oh, you laugh.
You're touching things, Mama. Go ahead, man. You're touching things. You really was a student. Go on, Mama. Go on. You have the class attention.
They just asking that question, then, my lad.
What's the question, Empress Maisie? I never get you.
When a sister came, all right. When a daughter came to the foundation at the first time, did we don't address her as empress, right? So what we call her then?
Princess.
You can't call her princess, because you don't know if she's a
No,
princess.
Mama, right. Mama, say what you say, man. Say what you said before, man. You were right.
So
It was at the empress at the gate. It was an
asking
empress at the gate. Yes.
You see, my lad and my lad, Honorable, as this conversation is going on, it brings me back to the conversation that I have been hearing on the foundation, listening to, as because I say when a sister come to the foundation, we cannot just jump and call her an empress. You understand? We have to know. Yeah, we have to know who she is, never for the oil, before we can address her. So listen to this conversation now. That's why I come back to my meds to ask my family the question. Understand? Is after if she come to stay and she's in the foundation for a couple of months and living and going to service and so on, then gradually the name Empress bestowed upon her. You understand, like us. But that's what I was told.
But that is not so impressed, because remember one of the time when You
Well,
know,
Priest, hold on
Empress
a little
come.
bit, Priest. Priest, hold on a little bit. Me, I tell you, when me hear, you understand? Me I exercise what I was told. Even if I not saw it go. But that was what I hear when I dada. You understand? When I jam amongst the brethren them. So this is what I'm saying, my Lord. Give thanks. Go ahead, Priest.
Yes, remember one night time a woman did come, but them never did say a woman. Them say a Empress did come, but she never did reach. She was 14 there. And you know what I mean? She get turned back right there. And when them go to Jano with the word, just send Priest Courtney and I left Priest Courtney down. Go down the road. But yet them have to go run, go fear no cause the road never reach there. Them never say it's a woman. Them they say it's a Empress. So what with Baba culture now we say? Baba culture kind of spread to everyone right now, even to say my Lord. Because them never used to say my Lord out there. Everyone take up my Lord right here now. To Baba Shanti. So really and truly, a Baba Shanti teach the
Empress
world.
baby, mute your mic.
I don't say it don't go out of place, because everyone get this name Empress now, even out the road, everyone attack. Everyone, yeah, everyone is talking about calling everyone Empress right now. Not just in the camp. Everyone just take up this Empress right here now. So it's through Bobo Shanti. Cause even through Bobo Shanti, everyone is talking about my Lord. I hear them say God. And man never used to call them one another God neither. Even the Prime Minister get a name like Bro God and all of them things. But remember, it's Bobo Shanti culture really and truly has spread, all over the place. Because as I say, the other Rasta man them used to talk about Queen Data and things like that. 'Cause as I say, one Empress, that a 7 mile of Black Star Line her sister. And I heard her say why she love with the Bobo Shanti. Because Bobo Shanti big her up and call her Empress. And I heard that out of her mouth that naturally. So really this Empress thing I come from out of the Bobo Shanti house and spread all over the place. Right, the reggae world, the my lord thing, the God thing, it's a foundation culture spread all over the place at the moment right now. So I don't know you're going to change that again, because the Empress is supposed to be the wife of the emperor. You see, she's as the priest says, she's a queen of queen. It's an empress. You know what I mean? That means that she's the wife of the king of king. And say if a king of king, all the other kings them supposed to have a king and a queen underneath the emperor, which is the king of king. One perfect love.
What you say there is a true thing too, eh? The my lord and the empress take a life unto themselves. But it must have bobo. Cause if a man start come wrong, if a bobo come wrong the thing long enough, you go soon hear the people there, cause enough people them that hear me up. My lord, and that's some bad come some people. And so it's a name what take a life unto itself. So I would what could I say is to say, well, when we hear the Empress, we even if you not live up to the Empress title, you're showing you what you could aspire to be. Cause let me say, well, Empress means to get rid of that word there, cause if our Empress come in the camp for the first time, how will that address them?
To the chair, my lord. See the culture when mama made it. And that culture that me get when I only can tell you about my era. See, every man have to talk about them. Things change. When I come into the camp, that is how it was. It was sister direct, sister this, sister that, sister that. Over time now. Because we rarely did the word queen. Per se queen direct or queen this or queen. We rarely did use that. It went from sister to empress.
Right.
See, but when that discussion came up and the father was explaining it, Just like how here we said that I'm not gonna be repetitious. He explained it from a princess to a queen to an empress. It's a it's a elevation process.
Right.
See now, how do we change things? How do we get back things on track? By ministering the truth and the reality from the altar. I saw Priest Knuckles made a post on the executive a day or two ago where he commented on what Honorable Priest Sevens had posted to say, yeah, our narrative have to start change now from the altar. It's from the altar. When we're
It is.
culturing, instead of culturing with John T. and Peter and Paul, so we go culture some culture, some real culture. Educate the people
Yes.
them, see,
Yeah.
and give them now. You're giving them something to aspire to same way now because you're going to tell them now. This is the criteria of an empress. An empress is a divine being, is a virtuous woman, you give them all the narrative that covers an empress, and you minister that truth from the altar. That is how we correct the thing. See, but I remember now, family. It's I and I is Dada right now. We represent Dada, and we're not looking at to change things. We're looking to clarify, to bring things to a greater level. Because the man said from lowland to highland, so he gave us that right to elevate the liberty. See, and so it's not like we're doing something wrong in bringing the liberty forward to its highest standard. To just accept the mediocrity, it's one of the things where Garvey's son gave a message at one of the Garvey program there. He said that I and I as a people, we have come to accept mediocrity, seen as a standard. And we need to bond that because the emperor talk about heights of standard. He said to place your standard high that you keep reaching, not that you reduce it or just get complacent where it is. Sorry, Mama Maze.
Through the chair.
Honorable.
Blessed my Lord.
Blessing God, my Lord.
It is
just
not.
want to ask this question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Honorable Empress. I'm sorry. I never knew you was in there. Go ahead, Empress.
Any one of us, Honorable family, do remember when Dada start to call, big stored upon us and say we are honorable? Any one of us remember the year that Dada call us, bless us with honorable, so we must call everyone we see honorable? Or the honorable come in, by the way? Do anybody remember that?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember.
And we don't remember the year that the honorable bestowed upon I and I. So we are honorable people. And now we must say honorable priest Knuckles and honorable priest Earl and so on and so on. It was in the 1980s, I think it's 82. That was reason to us. And that I say, from now on, we see each and everyone as honorable once they are living the honorable life. So that's all the name honorable attached to the honorable empress, the honorable priest, the honorable prophet, and so on and so on.
Yeah, because it wasn't there in my time. When I came back, I heard it. So
right. It wasn't there when I came in, priest. So is it between 81 and 82 that are bestowed upon us, the honorables. So that I see something in us, that I see, his daughters, his son living honorable. And so that I says from now on, just like them out there, them no more honorable than we. The people where them are called honorable in a parliament, honorable this, them no more honorable. We are the honorable people. And that's why the Father said, from now on to the day, everyone we see that is in the foundation is honorable. Give thanks.
Well, the politicians with their actions make we see how they're not honorable. But do the I them remember when just stopped man and man from saying holy eyes?
From my days, me didn't know that.
Every man they start chanting holy eye. And just one holy eye and it's judgment. Yeah, I don't remember that.
No.
It was a
I pray thee. Priest Aimsley,
Yeah.
I go get to understand what Iman, I just bring that up. When Iman going at the courts and a brethren say it one time and I one say, when Dada say Holy I, through him is the Emmanuel, him not chant Holy Emmanuel I. So someone was telling I can't remember who the interpretation I got was when Dada say Holy I. Cause him is the Emmanuel. Cause him is Emmanuel.
That's
When
how it
him say
go.
Holy I, the I mean is the replaces the Emmanuel
But
where we would have chant. So
if they give
that
man a freedom, man used to say holy eye. And not just him
yeah,
alone. Man used to
yeah,
say holy eye until they just take over.
I not have no problem like it's just like if a man say hail the eye. I know see hail the eye and holy eye very much different in terms
After
of
that, the Holy I thing coming in. After that, I not there anymore. The Holy I thing coming in. Eh? Any man who used to
No.
say Holy I and the man them here, no, they always give the man them judgment, but you say Holy I.
yeah,
Yeah,
because they must say God Dada Emmanuel. So they must say the interpretation I man get from the some of the priests them up there is the I is in place of the
Is after
Emmanuel.
that, the
We
Holy I
when
coming
we
in.
the congregation would have said Holy Emmanuel I. Dada himself not going to say Holy Emmanuel I. So him is Emmanuel. So him just say Holy I.
When him son, when I pray thee, my lord, sorry. When him son start to say Holy I, yeah, we thank you, Holy I, Emmanuel. You only like Emmanuel, you know. So the Holy I thing never mentioned them the time. That if them said that and upon the foundation, they get judgment too.
No, me know that me hear man
But
get
anyway,
mad if a man say Holy I.
Priest
Me see
knuckles,
man take
priest
offense
knuckles.
to it.
knuckles, yeah. Yeah, get priest knuckles
Yeah.
a chance and then they could come back in. Come on,
Yes,
priest
man.
knuckles.
Blessed my Lord and Empress.
My
Yeah.
lord.
I don't even want to misread it there. Priest Earl. Say it's the name Empress and my Lord. It become like unto a common thing amongst the population. Remember again, I say His Majesty say, except for the kingdom of God. Jah come to awaken I and I to the godliness of ourselves. We speak of it as term of God in us. We still not get to the point of understanding, say, we is God manifesting as us. So it's something we are bringing to the population, to the people them, and it's spreading. The consciousness of God in flesh is that I come establish that out in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, the man them East did have some of it from longer time. When you come to India and all of those places. But the Christianity and Muslim beat that out of us. And we're coming back to that awareness within ourselves. Sometimes I hear people say, well, Rasta have done in how much years and all of them things. We're not seeing that even the intellectuals who used to look upon us and say that we is cult are coming to embrace the truth that we bring to them, and our people is becoming more enlightened, more conscious of the reality. Say God is in flesh. They might not reach to that level yet, but they are accepting, as opposed to when time we start out in a 1977 in a New York City. Farrakhan had the newspaper that they had. On the back of it, he had two cartoon characters. One have the earcut like how the Muslim them have the earcut with a part go around on the side I made this so.
And then the
And
rope head.
one, yes, and one, no, it's not rope. Clean cut, like how him cut him here. But with a little part, when a little bit after them used to do it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
add a character, a cartoon character of a young man with young buds like locks. And underneath him say, which one do you think would be the real representative of God? That means at them time that they might look upon we and I say, I know we represent God. We couldn't represent God for us, so God look. Today, in a 1980 something year, him declare say, black people want to adopt the same kind of understanding where Rastafari have. Anywhere you go, Rasta is just Rasta. It's one unity, is one family, is one thing. You don't have Jamaican Rasta versus Barbadian Rasta. It's just Rastafari bringing back that solidness of oneness to our consciousness as black people. So I'm saying that to say this, it is not a common thing. It is people awakening onto the reality, say, the money are right, you know. But him now go submit out in a public and say, oh, them on the right, you know. But him now have he has been foolish and go sit down and bun weed and talk foolishness no more. He must recognize that there is weight behind what the Rasta man is saying. And just like Dada was we ahead of the rest of Rastafari community. And now man a catch up to the reality, say, His Majesty say, you know, we must emulate Christ. To emulate mean to be equal to or better. Christ now going to tell you, say, if you be better than Christ, and he tell you, say, that's the potential that is within all man and woman of right to come to that Christness within yourself and manifest as Christ. Not just a follower of Christ and a worshiper of Christ, but to manifest as Christ from the internal where God gave for Duka, each of us. This Sabbath lesson say, him give certain talents and abilities to build and do the works that him want to be done. So that our people start to embrace and say, my Lord and my Lord and my Lord. It might sound like it's a common thing, but it's only a common because there is weight coming behind it. But one start to recognize and separate themselves from Lord and servant business where them grossing and girl and boy business and come back to that royalness that Rastafari come to teach. We chant the chorus say, have a little light in eye, going to make it shine, yes. So in time them grab the light and them start shine, them have to reflect back on I and say, yes, my Lord, blessed my Lord. Imagine me going to a barber shop to go sell some juice and something as me come through the door. Young year man declare. See the priest, yeah? See the priest, ask him the question. Because them can't solve the question where them have a argue about in the meet. And 2 sentences and them say, yes, you see it? And the priest that man. And the role there and I come for fulfill for our people to be the forerunner. And just because enough of us, I shouldn't say enough of us, some of us don't see it within yourself and don't step up to that full responsibility in terms of liberty, as the Empress said, at the liberty, you know, because it's where in your heart you're going to live out. And that we have to fulfill. We God have in our heart, be sure about the rest of them when I wake up yet. Show them, as Dada said about the bridges, him say, my Lord, no mind him no wake up yet, him still asleep. Pray for them, teach them, that them can step away from the wrong word, the things of the world, and step into the kingdom of right. My Lord and Empress, blessed. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Priest Imsley.
Yeah, my mic did mute. In other words, Honorable Priest, we must marvel when we see people gravitate to certain words song will come out of our mouth. And with you know,
We must expect that, my Lord. That is the work that we come to do.
Yes.
It shouldn't be a marvel unto us. You see?
Yes, I.
That's why the man say 140 and 4,000 Christ. Babylon
My Lord.
are the man when no come to comprehension, you just say Christ like then, if that's on go him can angle. But the man want 144 the man want 144,000 Christ.
Christ.
The overthrow for one child chase 1,000 and 10,000. So the more powerful you come
Natural.
in your Christ consciousness, and the more you defeat the enemy in terms of spiritual things out
Rastafari.
there. My Lord
Yeah.
and my blessed.
My Lord. So now let's push it a little further. So that means
Yes.
to say now we see come some man walking out there and he see a woman hear him. Blessed love Empress. Couldn't fight that.
No, my Lord. For him a come from him and say, hey, girl, hey, skirt, hey, frock. Him see a little more
My
value,
Lord.
my Lord.
Rasta.
And I teach them that. You know, see it.
My Lord. Floyd, my Lord.
Blessed love, royal family.
I know you don't say me hear you before you talk. Because me don't say but yes, Empress.
You know, I
This is one of the
just sit and I
priestess
want to
them.
listen, you know, and I learned to wait for the spirit to tell me what needs to be said, you know, because I don't want to just speak from my own opinion, because I'm truly focused on us rising to our Christ consciousness, as Priest Knuckles said, you know, so I'm not wanting to speak my own opinion in these times, like seriously, you know, and what my meditation is telling me is that really and truly, when we talk about the roles of the masculine and feminine, you know, and when we think about, okay, this is what the man is supposed to do and this is what the woman is supposed to do, there's truly a balance outside of creation. It's the only time that I feel as though that there's separate roles, because the masculine brings, you know, the life force to plant into the womb of the woman. And then from that, you create. Outside of that, religion has taught us that the man is supposed to do this and the woman is supposed to do that, and these are the roles. But really and truly, if we think about it, okay, the masculine's body makeup has more muscle mass, so therefore you would think about, okay, there's a strength that he holds, and so he's going to have the ability to do this and that or the other. But when you think about a woman being able to bring life, that is strength also, like Mama Maisie said, that no other creature can do but the woman. So when you think about that, that also holds balance. So we talk about the spiritual strength and we talk about the physical strength. Again, there's no separatism in that, but religion has taught us that. And what I think oftentimes it is to our demise, especially as an African, because when you think about some of the tribes in Africa, some of the women do way more than what the men do. I want to talk about Isho Speed. When he went to Africa, he shined a light on so many different things that we have to look at. When that youth went to Africa, I can't remember exactly what country he was in at the moment, but I remember he was in the villages and the women were carrying heavy buckets of water, pounds of water. And we know water is very, very heavy, you know, when it's in large buckets. He could not almost like carry it. And he looked and he was like, you women carry this. And the men are just looking in a way like, yeah, that's what our women do, you know, very proud. Then the next thing that he discovered is that the women build the houses. And he's like, wait a minute, y'all do this all by yourself? And they're looking at one another and the women are saying, yes, that's what we do. And then he said, okay, so men, he looked at the men, he's like, so what do you do? And they're like, oh, we herd the cattle. So when you think about strength, we can't minimize it to masculine and feminine. There's a strength that we both hold equally, right? But again, I think even spiritually, we have been taught that, you know, the man is the head of the household, the woman does this and that, you know. But I think it has caused us to actually, how can I say it? I think of the word demise. I think it takes away in a way that it weakens us. It destroys us physically and spiritually to put so much pressure. Because even me, when I was in the church reading the scripture, there were certain things I'm like, okay, this is what the man's supposed to do. And there's so much pressure from just that meditation of putting these burdens on the man that he is supposed to uphold these certain vibrations. But in the absence of the woman, you cannot. So truly, there's a balance that we hold within the home where the man falls, I won't even say short, but where the man needs strength, the woman gives. Where the woman needs strength, the man gives. But there's no hierarchy in it, right? When you truly think about the household, I even in my meditation no longer want to say, okay, it's for you to go out and make all the money. I still need to work, even if I'm with child at the moment. Say if I'm about to give birth, right? My body needs to rest. I need to, lighten my load a bit. But I still need to strengthen my man. I need to work with my hands. I need to sew clothes. I need to make my oils. I need to maybe teach classes. I need to do something, because if my man falls short in the finances, can I lift him? And I think as Africans, we got to start thinking that way, because we put too much pressure. We allow religion or the white man to put these pressures on our men, as well as some of the pressures that are made on the women. Because now we live in a society where if the woman is not working, the house is going to fall apart, especially if you're in the US. The system has been set up where we both have to go out here and grind, work hard, and then also raise our children. And how can we do that? Because if you're made to work, to take up, the responsibility of the home, the children are being taken care of because someone else is taking care of them. They're in daycare. They're going to these schools that aren't teaching them about who they are. So really and truly, I would say all that to say, for what I think now about the roles, there's no separate roles outside of creation. Outside of that, after that, everything is balanced. Even when you think about the church and the roles of the priests and at the altar, the woman also needs to be there. Maybe a separate time where she teaches, because if the woman is the teacher, she's the one that gives the life to the man and the woman. She's knowledgeable enough and spiritual enough and powerful enough to teach the young man. But once he become a man, you say that the woman has no need to teach. That teaching still needs to continue on. And I know the tradition is not with Bobo Shanti that the woman is, at the altar, but who's to say that is not somewhere we need to grow? Because she also has a word to say. Christ speaks to her as well. And without that balance, that may be why we see things are not the way they should be in this world, really, because we have bought into this philosophy that there is a weaker and lesser. Although we speak it with our mouths that there's a balance. No, there's a balance. She's empress and, she's powerful. But yet and still, we have to really search ourselves and really, really, really see that we still think in a separate way, And so I just wanted to share that. Also, what was spoken to about the titles. Personally, for me, I don't really care about the titles. I in a way of saying that I don't need that validation, to know that I'm walking with Christ. Although that confirmation helps seal up that, okay, I'm doing right. If someone says, they call me and say, hi, Empress, or Empress Hakim, it keeps me focused on what I'm supposed to be as daughter of Zion. But one thing Empress Maisie mentioned is that what ones have been taught, from the Father, is that, the Empress is given a title when she has, I guess, expressed a certain level of her, in her walk and her meditation. But I think also we need to use those titles to help lift up ones who aren't, really expressing, their awareness of being a daughter of Zion. If anything, call me a daughter of Zion. I'm not, I don't have to have the title of queen or empress or princess, call me a daughter of Zion. That will remind me that I am supposed to, carry myself in a certain way. I'll use this example too with my students. Say, for instance, it happens often, young girls get into a fight. Instead of calling them by names, what I yell to try to break up the fight, I will call them princess, 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 to shake up their meditation that when you are royalty, you don't act in a certain kind of way. I want to call them outside of, their lower vibration and have them listen to the title of this is how you're supposed to lift up, this is how you're supposed to raise up, you know. But to have to call her a princess all the time and to decide whether or not, you know, she's an empress today or she's a princess today because she's not acting a certain kind of way, you know, I don't want to be seen in that manner. Because if you lift me up today, you may take me down tomorrow because maybe I didn't do something that you felt was, you know, right at the time. You understand what I'm saying? It's like we have to be careful with these titles because even as king and emperor, you know, today I may call you an emperor, but you did something that I felt was less than, you know, royal, and then I pull that you know level up from up under you, you know. So for me, daughter of Zion is what we should be called. You know, son of Zion is what we should be called. And I came across an elder from Barbados years ago. His name is Rashta Haziel, and he used to call his wife daughter. And I asked him, why you call her daughter? And from this is where I get this meditation from, because we're focused on the kingdom. We're focused on the spiritual aspects of things, you know. So remind me that I am spiritual, you know. Remind me that I'm supposed to act in a certain kind of way in the spiritual aspect, and that will keep my meditation, you know, focus on the higher things, you know. And I don't want to keep talking, but that's just my meditation about things that, and even with the drumming. Yeah. I'm gonna bring the drumming though. I made a lot of notes because I just listened, so I have a lot to say now. But even about the drumming, I just want to share about the drumming because ones know that I love drumming. And I haven't come across any research or one saying that the drumming for the woman is detrimental to her womb, because I also think about the strength of the womb. Maybe at a certain time when she's, you know, not free, then maybe that's the time of rest for anything, you know. But with drumming, again, it's a spiritual thing. And I think when we think about the masculine and the feminine and the weaker vessel, or the you know, the man being stronger, we take those kinds of things into pretty much everything that we do. And we have to be careful about that, because when you think on the spiritual, the woman should be up at the drum sometimes, you know, because what she can exude into the universe spiritually through the drum. I don't see it as bad for her womb. Again, our meditation should be spiritual and not always physical, you know, so that we can truly bring a balance. Because when we focus on the spiritual aspects of things, we will see that the man and the woman are the same, you know. Blessed love. I'll stop there. Give
thanks, Brother Empress. We were explaining
I have a question, priest, after you finish, please.
Yeah, we was expressing in
There's a portion of hands up here.
Yeah.
There's a portion of hands up.
All right.
All right, so I wouldn't take no more time, and let the Empress Miriam and then the rest of the hands coming up after. Which one first, please?
My question is simple. Honorable family, royal priest, you think really that as priest Priest Dougie read today, you think we really one ribs out of a man make us woman up? Do you really think that, priest?
What you say, Empress? I ain't get you.
I just asking if you think that one ribs, because you always tell us, oh, we want make up of man ribs, one ribs, you know, God take from a man and make us up. That's why we are here.
Oh.
Do you think that? And the next before
Well,
I go to
Mama Music, that's a religious allegory. That's just a religious allegory. Yeah, because man say you have to take earthly things and mark heavenly things, and we know say all ones come to a certain process. And even when in the creation of man, there are different creation stories. As a matter of fact, that rib thing and that the Adam and Eve thing don't exist in the African spirituality. That is something that came with religion. So, you know, it's not something how I would look at it as the word allegory expresses. It is a story trying to depict a message, the message is more what I would have tried hold on more than the literal um interpretation of what is said. You know, it's just a
I,
religious element.
I'm okay. Before I just want to say to Sister Akim. Sister Akim says, "Yeah, we are. Yes, we also be called daughter of Zion. You know, when I came, that is the first name I was called. And Dada did make the first Black supremacy, you know, with a section of daughter and a page, and we were called the daughters of Zion. So all that name has been bestowed upon, you know, I and I. And so we give thanks to the Father. Remember him our Father. And any good names that Dada
Yes.
see fit in us to be bestowed upon us, we accept because we work
Yeah.
for our names. You know,
Yeah.
remember they say, the chorus said, we are working for our robe, mansion, and crown. So all good names, powerful names that are said, that are God say. Holy Emmanuel, I say, bestowed upon I. And I, we give thanks. Yes, my Lord, back to the chair.
Honorable Omega, give thanks.
My Lord.
Honorable Priest Adigan, you have your
Blessings
hand
of
up.
once again. Give thanks, Joe. Yeah.
And we want to be time consumed to them because the time in it, so that we be mindful of the time.
Yeah,
My
we're
lord.
winding down now. Is it kind of the
Yeah.
last presentation? We're winding down. So,
Okay,
my
my
lord.
Lord. Yeah, listening to this reasoning and, you know, talking about the female energy, it brings to me an Ethiopian, well, I don't know if it's folklore, but it's in Ethiopian church history. It's called the Covenant of Mercy between Mary and Jesus Christ. Now, in the story, after Jesus was crucified, they said he entered into what we know as Sheol, which is supposed to be the depths of hell, and he wanted to kill all the hosts of hell. And Mary, with her compassionate heart, stepped in and said, let them suffer in their domain, but don't kill them. And so a covenant of mercy was drawn up between Jesus and his mother Mary. So even in that wise, Jesus was wanted to destroy the enemy, but the soft heart of the mother, you know, love for children, she show it unto humanity that way, and Mary step in there with her son, you know. So when I hear these reasons and the balance, you know, it reminds me of that Ethiopic story of Mary and her son's covenant, you know,
True, my
as
lord.
in that Christ element of reasoning again, because it's a story of Jesus the Christ and Mary, you know. So, and she temper justice with mercy, you understand? Whereas Jesus, even in him compassionate mercy, he said, them people kill me, want to destroy them. And mercy, and Mary said, leave them to their own judgment, nobody with that. You understand? And it's a big story in Ethiopian culture, you know? So I just wanted to share that with the them say, yeah, you know, give thanks for all the Miriams, you know, the Mariams, as they would say in Ethiopia, you know, give thanks for all the Marys, the mothers here, you know. Yeah, cause I remember even King Emmanuel did tell her in a letter, even woman is the head of man, knowing that we all have a mother. That was a word what reached him man one time, you know, from the general. So everything of dimensions, like even when we speak of the throne of Ethiopia, it was matriarch. It was matriarch. It was with the rise of Menelik the First, the throne became, well, in Ethiopia, it was patriarch in Jerusalem with King David, and Israel not being happy with God as them God and King, so them call for Saul. So yeah, that's how it was patriarch. But when the king when it rise in Ethiopia before Queen Makeda's visit to Solomon, it was a matriarch throne. and then call it the House of Candace. So when we read even the Kebrenagas and these books which predate the Bible, the history in there predate the Bible, but the way history is put forward, you would have think the Kebrenagas come after the Bible, but all the history in the Kebrenagas predates Bethlehem and all of them places there, Nazareth and all of them. So what we realize here is that we have great woman like Taito, who was the mastermind for the Battle of Ottawa and the strategies, and she was the woman, but she was the main strategist. We have Empress Menin, who was the emperor's main advisor. Anyone don't know this, but he states it even in his autobiography, he was his advisor. So that's the balance, you know? Yeah, she was his advisor. And she was even the older one in the relationship also. Anyway, give thanks, you know, for the balance, you know. Thanks, you know. Thanks, you know, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
Let love praise. Who is the next one? Hands up.
Baba Ken, but we're not going to hear him well, you know, but Baba Ken have a man.
Baba Ken send a message to say him collarbone did break and like to say if that I'm gonna make him couldn't get a priesthood. And not go so Baba Ken. If your bone broken and it heal, you're all right. You know?
And it must heal. And it must heal. And it must heal one way or the other.
Yeah, from your living. You know, so don't limit yourself. If you're here, you can send a message. Go and type that. Who is the next
family.
one?
No, that is it. The other person either drop off or whatever. But you know, when we listen to the Royal Empress Akim, you know, we need to respond to narratives when they are presented, you know, because it's reasoning, and you know, we are the honorable priests that have been mandated with the spiritual order to clarify certain things, you know. Again, in the equality of the genders, a man and a woman is still built two different ways, as we established, you know. And there's gonna be things that are just the nature of a man and things that are just the nature of a woman. And those are the areas that we must look at. And it does not diminish. I think that's the word you was looking for, Royal Empress. It doesn't diminish any gender. That's where the balance come in, because even in science teaches you that is the opposites attract. See, I know the world has become confused with this gender. How them put it? It's like you have a choice in gender now. You're born a man, but you can choose to be something else and other things and things. But that is not nature. That is not the law of nature. That is not nature. And that is definitely not divine. You know them way there. There are certain things that we have to look at the reality. A woman is a childbearing vessel. Today's woman have ways in which they can limit having children, because they have created drugs and other things to what them call contraceptive to limit those things. But the Melchizedek order and most African spirituality coming from way before these things existed. So the divine laws that were established on that premise, where a woman is a childbearing vessel, and your wife back in the day really might have one youth. She's going to have more than one youth. See, very rare you might have, you know, back in those days where a woman have just one child, and for whatever physical reason that happens. But if you read through and you check the emperor's, even the emperor's favorite son had 3 sons with his empress, and he died early. So if you check it, he might have would have had maybe 5 children with her. The emperor had 6 children with Empress Menen and 1 prior. The empress had 6 with the emperor, and she had 2 prior. So, being that that's the reality, how would she be able to minister in the priestly order on that? Because the priestly order requires a 24/7 devotion. A priest can be called, apart from ministering a service, he can be called for different reasons to minister, his office. And that is where that reality comes in. It is not a separation, it's not an interpretation. It's looking at the biology, of the genders then, how we are constructed, In ancient times, like if you read the Songs of Solomon, how he speaks of the woman is a flower. She is she carries a certain softness, a certain nurturing vibe, a certain, a lot of the females today have lost that because they have been forced to become more, take up a more man role. Some of them become father and mother to the family, to the children, because they are growing 3, 4 children by themselves. They have to go out, and even in cases where you have the wife and the husband in the home, in today's world, as I say in America, sometimes the woman have 2 jobs, the father have 2 jobs. The kids are growing by the babysitter, the after school care, and by the AI, by the television and the gadgets. That is what is growing the youths today. If we are going to correct what we see as a broken society today, we have to look back to when it wasn't as broken. When I tell you, say no time was perfect, but it wasn't as broken as now. What made it workable then compared to now when it's not workable? Because today in the black communities, there is more single family homes than there are 2-parent homes. There is more divorces than weddings. So how do we repair that? What is the answer to those problems? And that's why history is there. That's why we document history, to be able to refer back to it now and look at the times. Look at how the emperor and the empress lived their lives. The emperor said him and the empress never need an outside intervention at any time. That means that they had the ability to reason through any situation in an upright, loving, caring way. Why? Because they knew their both roles and they accepted their both roles, and that wasn't a role interpreted by colonialism or some other outside external entity. See, it's the mindset of I and I right now, who are here on earth right now. We cannot say we are not tainted by colonialism, no matter how conscious we say we are. We are not insulated from the world, and the world has been totally corrupted. That's why the man say even religion has been tampered with and been corrupted, that it does not work as a moral compass in the way that it should. See, and so we have to look at these principles that were set, and were set for a reason by divine ones. The same queen mothers during the matriarchal society was the ones that what you would say now, ordain, not ordain, but they would appoint, that's the word, would appoint the head priest, and the head priest now would go and ordain other priests. It's the same queen mother had that power, to appoint the priest of that during those ancient times. Seeing, because she was the queen mother of the village, she was the head of the village. You understand? Within those matriarchal societies. So there's no competing or conflict of roles when we know our role, you know, as nature designed those roles to be, not as how we have come today and reinterpreted those roles. But pardon me, but as nature has designed those roles to be. Like you said, the man has a certain skeletal structure that makes him able to do certain things. I would not want my queen to be on the front line of a battle, for 24/7 holding the line that the enemy can cross. Yeah, she can come in at times come minister the food to I, and she can come strengthen I from time to time in whatever capacity. But I personally, as a protector, as a father, and as a husband, as a brother, wouldn't want that for my sister, my mother, my queen, or my daughter. So it's on along those lines we have to start to kind of look at things from the origins of humankind, the intent that the Creator created us for, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed, my Lord.
Empress Deborah. Yes, Empress Deborah had her hand up. She's the one that disappeared for a moment. She's back up and her hand is up.
Blessed Lord. Blessed.
Empress Deborah of Ethiopia. Blessed Lord.
Give thanks and praise, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks to the mighty life.
And pardon me, Royal Empress. Just pardon me. I hope I didn't mess up your name, and I hope we didn't have you hanging too long to come into the conversation. Just pardon me.
Welcome, sis. Yes, Honorable Goddess. Yes, I did get my phone, the charge went out, so the whole phone went blank, but give thanks I was able to get back on. So it's charging there now. Give thanks. Honorable Priest Imsley, I love the eye reasoning. Give thanks for life. Yes, my Lord and Empress, honor, give thanks to the King of Kings, Lords of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, and our honorable leader, Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, giving the Empress a voice. Yes, I won't delay. I will just, if you all permit me to speak on Melchizedek priestly order. Yes, I give thanks, my Lord. I love history, and in everything, whenever I get lost or so, I go right forward to ancient history before things was, how you'd call it, tainted. Yes. So the reasoning I just want to touch on, it's not a gender thing, we are all equal. Actually, we are the same person, if you do check it out. So according to our ancient teachings on the priestly Melchizedek order, it was basically, before anything, it was basically a cosmic spiritual reality. Melchizedek is a priest that met with our father Abraham, and he was an angelic divine being. And call it our ancient heavenly intercessor, right? And on that note, we give thanks to the priests holding up the order, my Lord. So in earlier times, he did actually represent the figure of the Black Christ, which actually represents the awakening of the divine spark that is within all of us, right? So the heavenly, so it's like the heavenly versus the earthly priesthood, right? And it was present in all religious structures. So the Melchizedek order bypassed all established religious structures. It was like an eternal heavenly priesthood that operated entirely outside of earthly temples and dogmas. So spiritual authority is deeply, it's a deep and personal and mystical rather than an institutional. The priesthood of the Melchizedek order was originally viewed as a metaphor for an individual, direct, unmediated connection to the divine knowing, which requires no earthly intermediaries. So Melchizedek is described as a heavenly warrior and a divine envoy who descends to do battle with Babylon and them forces, you know. So he was basically these forces, Babylon do a lot of things, you know. They change a lot of things and they interpret it and do it how they want to do it, right? Because basically there were some oppressive spiritual rulers in this material world. So the Melchizedek order is meant to liberate us as man and woman. Our original tradition, which was hidden from us, remember that it stole away a lot of things, you know, and hide away because they never wanted us to know the fullness, you know. So these things was hidden. This original Melchizedek traditional thing was hidden from us, and they taught us, you know, that all sorts of things, but basically the Melchizedek order is like a lesser historical king and more as an archetypal spiritual master and ascending being, which is an aspect of the cosmic Christ. So the Melchizedek order is a timeless guide for man and woman, spiritual elevation, evolution. It's just like a guidance originally for, you know, just to help us to elevate in this evolution. So the meaning when the Bible it spoke about Melchizedek being without father and without mother and without genealogy, this is a highly significant, and it means he did not belong to a flawed physical creation of this material world. Melchizedek was highly spiritual. He was very, very highly spiritual. So our true spiritual self, the divine spark that is within all and each and every one of I and I, from a transcendent, non-physical realm, you know. So the priesthood is seen as a way to recognize and cultivate this pure, uncorrupted, you know, spiritual nature, you know, so, you know, in this physical world. So it just was meant to help us to navigate, just to, you know, in this realm that we're in, it helps us to navigate ourselves, right? Originally, before we put on the flesh, our being was whole, you know, and beyond male and female, don't forget, which is an earthly, we take on this flesh because it's an earthly duality we took on. So, my beloveds, in closing, the priesthood of the Melchizedek order used to be seen originally as a reflection of wholeness. The order is a transdual concept. You know, it represents a priesthood of wholeness and spiritual balance. And this transcends this earthly patriarchal or even this gender division, transcends all of that. You know, so Melchizedek order lives on as a symbol of spiritual freedom and eternal invisible nature of our soul. So I give thanks to all of my beloved priests, you know, the priests and them, I give thanks for them, like Priest Earl, original, hold tight with the, the order. I love the reasoning tonight, my Lord. I give thanks for your divine insight. So I'll give thanks and praise again to our mighty life giver. Last year, Rastafari, Empress Menina, making Mama, Empress Lily, give thanks, Empress Miriam, Mama O, give thanks for life. Whole of the love, my Lord.
Whole of the love, Omega. Whole of the love. Floor is open.
Yes.
I have a question, my lord.
Yeah.
After that,
Yeah.
I want to see something.
Go ahead, preserve. I will come after that.
Yes. I heard 1 John 1 say a lot of things about the mother, but I don't hear about the Stargate. That is one of the, thing that people, don't refer unto the female, that she's the Stargate that bring forward life. Some people that say the black hole, but when you plant a seed, I don't say a seed can grow up on the rock, but they tell you about the seed that grow on the rock, different from the seed that, you put in the soil and cover it up on that dark hole before it bursts up, So I do give thanks, for the Stargate to represent the woman, or otherwise known as the heaven, because even, the 17 was my mother birthday, and I was telling the congregation that this is my heaven, that, make it possible to be here at the moment, because the woman make the man still sit down on the throne. You see it from ancient time. You see it? So, if it wasn't the woman, the man wouldn't, get the opportunity to sit down on the throne. That's why when Jah even tell, I and I put the woman in front, it's nothing new. It's something of anciency. So the woman will know herself. You see it? Yes. When she come even at the gatehouse, and through she know herself, she maybe have her little son. She could pray. But normally the woman who do know herself tell her little son to pray, because she give him the opportunity to sit on that throne. And the head of the man always be, the head of the Melchizedek order. You see it? So we do give thanks to the mother of creation, yes, and we are not divided, all one good we. So when you speak about yin and yang, it was always a balance, the male and the female. Yes, and refer to even Trinidad, what is going on there. Still I try to organize a team of priests to come revive the order and come and pray for, the honorable priests, yes, that are afflicted, because the Melchizedek priests we can pray and touch individual to fasting, God just say, to get that power, we have to fast. And we are the fasting people who do fast 40 days. So when you hear so one of the priests sick as a warrior with too much work and to his cancer, now we are going to cut him off and say, 4-stage cancer, through the herb, man, of the healing of the nation, man. And, we change up him liver, where that's a diet. You know what I mean? And put him on some sea mash and some green juices, and, we know him can come forward. One perfect love, royal family.
To the chair.
Majesty bless.
My Lord, give thanks, Honorable Priest Earl, for even informing me. Right now, I didn't even know that one of my brother, my elder in Trinidad, is not well. I get the name is Honorable Priest Bush.
Priest Butch.
Right. Priest Butch, as I can remember, there were times after times it's Butch alone. Psalms reading in the morning, Psalms reading at 12 o'clock, Psalms reading in the evening. God bless when a priest come and help that priest. And he will be reading the Psalms, He will be licking the drum. He'll be doing everything where 7 man supposed to do.
Yeah.
Right? So today, family, let us pray for our priests. He must work within this Congress over the couple of many years, about 16 years now. 16 years, I know the brethren. Humble. I never hear that man and the next man mouth in any problem. I have a lot of conversation with Priest Bush, and that's what the priest them is for. You understand? To go and help the sick, help your brother, pray for him, sing for him, take care of him. You understand? Because he has worked very hard within this Congress. And it might not be what he want or what he want to see, but give thanks, for his work that he has done. So we need to go and take care of him. If I was strong, and if it wasn't Walk Chase, I would definitely go and see that elder. Yeah,
I only got the song today, Yesterday I find out more.
Yeah, I would definitely go and see that elder. So, Honorable Priest, I'm my Lord. If you go and look for him, please give him my love. Yeah.
Yes,
and tell him, for him, we are praying. Okay? All right? Yes, and those are my words. And give thanks again. And Sister Akim, when you speak about, the equality, for helping the empresses, the queen, work together with the king, yeah, I have done that. Me and my king, we make it. If him have $1, me have $1. We make $2. And so we go and do what we have to do. I work with my king. Even when I'm in house and coming out, we work, we do the coconut work, we rub, we do everything that when he come out, it's easy for him. So I know what you're saying, sis. And I've done that, okay? All right. Give thanks, Honorable, for the reading today, and God bless you until we meet again.
Majesty
Rastafari.
The floor is open. Any seal remarks?
Yes, my lord. I just want to put in my 2 cents as we're sealing up. Just to make a quick response to a statement Empress Dabora said, and it's a culture that we know and we expose a lot, Melchizedek. Did Melchizedek come from a bloodline? Because we tend to use that narrative. Did he come from a bloodline? Because the declaration is man without father, without mother, without beginning of days and ending of time. But did he come from a blood?
It's come from somebody.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, please. Is a question you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking before we get we seal up. I'm asking the question, and I want to go into that reasoning before we seal up. So yes, my lord.
Well, from what I have, some research, what I have come across, and what I did used to have, not possessing him, said that it's not that him never have a genealogy, but when Timothy or Paul dictated the words to Timothy, no one never knows. So then put it in the script that him is without mother and father. But Melchizedek is apparently supposed to come from the bloodline of Shem. That is research I found out in time that Melchizedek is supposed to come from the line of Shem. So some narrators have said it's not that he didn't have a genealogy, but no one couldn't find it, so the author put it in the book like that through Timothy. And that is the knowledge. That's the best to my knowledge I could put out there, my Lord. Bless it.
Anyone else have anything to add to that? If not, the research that I and I have done, seeing Melchizedek, father, his name was Nun. He was the brother of Noah. His Melchizedek's mother was Sotoning. She got pregnant according to the story, the narrative or the allegory. She got pregnant at the age of 80 and died in childbirth. She died, well, I wouldn't even say in childbirth because the story is so mysterious. It says she died before the child was born. And Nun went for Noah and they went to go after them set up the grave and everything. They went for the body to bury his wife. And when he went, he found the child alive, born from the mother, and was alive sitting beside the mother. Now, Nun said that he hadn't gone into his wife for a period of time. So in the storyline, it was basically saying that him don't remember impregnating her. But she was pregnant, and she stated before she died that when he was querying it, that she never went on to anyone else. So that's the mysticism around that story. And that child now is who grew up to be known as Melchizedek, that great priest, the God of righteousness and the God of peace, because that's the role he grew up and played as a mediator for the wars of that time as the peacemaker. See? So I just wanted to really share that narrative. It's a story and allegory that has so much mysticism about it that we continue on that narrative. And I would like ones and ones to take time out and do your research. Do your research and see what you come up with, because the history is there, and that's what the history is there for. Give thanks, family.
My Lord.
Yes, Honorable Priest, I do want to answer. It's a without father, without mother. But it's a yet father, yet mother. Yes, sir, may I say. So I heard that also. So when them look on this child, him have all teeth and wasn't even talking at that moment.
Yes.
So I get something like that also. Him they have all them locks at the moment too. So them never see like a one teeth, you know what I mean? So he was just a special child from birth. Because whether him father did say, him don't know this elder lady get pregnant because him never have a sexual encounter with her for a portion of time. But you know what I mean? So, I heard that. So it say without father, without mother, but yet mother and yet father, because the mother is still the Stargate where you could actually say, him still come to a home where we call him the Stargate, one professor.
My Lord.
Give thanks. Yes, Honorable Priest Angie, it's your time. You can bring it down and do what you need.
And you know one day at the Stargate, right?
That's one of them new science word where them come up with, them new science fiction word where them come up with today.
All right, Majesty, that's why we are learning
Yes,
from the ghost time.
Honorable, my Lord.
Bless.
Blessed. So as far as the priest Doug has about the Melchizedek thing, them we see it
Please,
as when them say priest
Rastafari.
When them say without mother yet father. May I look and say based on the teachments when him come with as the priest, he never learned that from his mother and father. So from figures that's where them get that term the family say without mother and father yet mother yet father, you know, because when bring to the world, you never get that from parents them. You see what I say? We kind of see it that way, they're still my lord and empress. I don't know the whole seat.
That's another way to look on it. Yeah, man. That's another way to look on it.
That's
Can't discredit it. You can't discredit it, man.
So, if no more comments, and I will do give some.
Just a one point. The point me want looking at the one him say, yet with father, yet with mother. That part is in the Bible. Kind of read that in the Bible. I hear Raspedo from the Nyabingi house.
Yeah,
from the Nyabingi house said that in his commentary from the Nyabingi album what they did. And I hear him say Melchizedek without mother, without father, yet with mother, yet with father, but I never seen yet with mother, yet with father. Right in the Bible, I hear Rasta far-right persons come with that part, but not, I never read it.
It's not written down.
Okay, because I was just gonna say if there is, I would have like someone give me the script and verse, you know.
Yeah, it's not written
Just
down.
the term God help them who help themselves. I hear enough people say, "Oh, in the Bible," and I say, "No, it's a man named Benjamin Franklin said the term, and everyone attribute it as a biblical term, and it's nowhere to be found in the Bible." So it's what so I was just checking that vibe, you know. Yeah,
Yes,
my Lord. Give thanks.
Yes, my lord, and we give thanks again for another evening of enlightenment, fellowship in one to another. Ask the honorable Earl to close us with a poem.
Honorable Chair, one moment, please.
Blessed.
Priest Brown.
Honorable Priest Brown, my lord.
Yes. To begin with, our father Melchizedek, it is clear that
Talk up a little louder.
I don't know if it's in the Bible or one of the scrolls. We know that his mother conceived, as the priest said, and bore him. So we don't. I don't think there should be any controversy in about that because we know him have a mother, but the situation we came about, that's what led to such an allegory, you know. And concerning the practices. I remember when the question about the rites of passage came up. Dada said, asked us who was man better. It came about the hurt, the mother. From that time, I was looking forward to, amongst us as a Congress, for the empresses to rise within their priestly order. But what I want to guide the empress them in rising in them priestly self is that do not compare our run relevance with the male operation because the female operation is there and to be found and it's not a rivalry with but it's a union with the function of the priest because there was a justice box in the congregation for the leading empress and sad to say at that time no empress wouldn't take up the leading position there. So I know there is space for revival. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
I have a priest. Do give thanks, my lord. I have a priest, Earl.
Yes, honorable priest. And before I go in another reason, it's not Joseph get caught up in the said type of thing because the angel never tell him say it was the spirit they do, shadow over Mary. So him being a little confusion also. So I don't know. Could I get a second?
Second.
My Lord, your second.
Could I go, my lord?
Yes, my lord.
Let us call for virtual reverence, universally, internationally. And we do give thanks, the 7th day of this month, where the 1692 earthquake did take place in Port Royal, the 7th of June. And I just say, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for our brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even here on beard that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As a dew of a man, and as a dew that ascended upon the mountain of Zion. For you, Rastafari, command blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hear our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. O Almighty God, the Rastafari, great and terrible God, the Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reigned the heart of our flesh. How thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. How thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. King Emmanuel the Seventh, Adonia, God, Jah Rastafari. Be merciful unto I, O Jah, be merciful unto I. For I soul trust in Rastafari, and the shadow of Rastafari wing. Will I take I and I refuge. King Emmanuel the Seventh, Adonia, God, Jah Rastafari. One perfect love, royal family. Just keep safe.
My Lord and Empress.
My Lord and Empress. Blessed. We will meet
My
again on
Lord.
the eagle's feet.
Yeah. I have a story for the item, my Lord and Empress. If we can listen for one brief moment. About this king and queen who had a province, and they was very, loyal to the people. Everybody would feel nice how they treat them equal. And they had a son. And the son growing up, he was a strong man. He grew up, but he grew up very haughty. It's like him have a disrespect for the people when he used to ride him horse fast. And he not check for no one. And so the king and queen sit down there and say, what we have to do? Because we have to go left this way, And look how him just deal with the people them, So the queen says she know a man. And go check this man by the outskirts of the city. And go on and check the man. The man is a kind of a roots man like. So when them tell the man what go on and how the youth so hot, and they would like to teach him a lesson that him can learn. The man say, all right, what him like? Tell me what him like. What him really love. And they think and they say, horses. He love horse. Him say, all right, no problem. Bring him round by the meadow tomorrow about 2 o'clock in the day. So, and bring him round. But when the prince come round now with him haughty self, him see a white horse. What a horse! From his seat, he loved the horse. So the man, the roots man, say, you like it? Yes, I want to ride it. And well, the only way, and I say, how much feet? He say, well, the only way you can know how wide that pay feet is if you ride it. That way he want. And him jump on the horse in the saddle. And as he touched down, the horse touched off and run. And I run. He never get a run like that. The horse just a run to justice. The prince laugh from my bottom of my belly, never laugh like that. And the horse keep running and running and run and gone in some deep woods now. And just keep on running. That after a while now, place get dark and him come and realize no there. But him see a cabin. And him see the cabin. See a pretty daughter coming out and take some water. So him tell she like him lost, and so she say she lived there with her father. So she come in and make some soup. The father look for him and say, sit and eat. And he sit down and he meet him, get up the next morning, jump on the horse and go looking to see where him can find back. But him can't find back. Him come back in at the place. And him come back and him did it, but the man is a woodsman. Him start do little chores around the yard and father and things start showing the woodwork and young princess and him start look at one another and boom, him get a pick me, and him get nice with the people there in the village. Everybody know him as the wood chopper, son-in-law, and get an ex-youth and Irie that him forget him was a prince in the kingdom to the way out time and time. So this particular day, him used to, him and him youth them, love them. So him gone down by a riverside and it's the youth them. I call him and I run, come and dad and it's a tiger. Just jump and go on with the youth daughter. When him do so, and the youth man coming and him and tell him, don't come there. And it's a next tiger, go on with that. You know, see it. And wife come running down and same thing. 3 people who him love gone in less than 5 seconds. And him sit down there and him start crying. And him a weep. And then him weeping, him feeling somebody touching him. When him look up, it's him mother and him father. Guy come like, it's a dream him went in, when him touch the horse, they him get throw off the horse and gone. And mother says, son, you all right? We was worried about you for the last half an hour you're out. And I say, what? And I tell him, mother, everything what went down and it's like him have to take time recuperate now. But the moral of the story after all of that, that prince start appreciate everything. Him love the people them. Him start treat everybody good. You know, say it. And the roots man just look funny, but that's everything cool, man. And the princess. So they say, if you get a word, say 3 days, you only have 3 days to live. What would you do? And the answer after that, why are you not doing that now? My Lord and Empress, bless.
My Lord.
It makes sense to the item?
Yes, God.
Rastafari.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, sweet ending, Yes, and I was going to say something. I was a bit busy earlier because I have my little cousin with me and we were around some noise, but I wanted to lift up what Priest Earl was talking about. I think it's sweet, to hear a man and an elder speak of his mother because, what he shared, the analogy was very, very powerful is that, the woman give birth to the son, but then she then puts the son in authority to lead. And that reciprocation of things, it shows a really, really high balance of, again, what we're talking about, the balance between the man and the woman, you know, we can't operate without I and I. We can't operate without one another. So again, there is no higher and no lower, is that we're truly balanced, and I also thought about it with myself. I think I shared this story some time ago about my own son and just being, a young person who was always looking and looking at the elders when I was younger. I look for the good, but I also look for the things that I said I didn't want to do. And I wanted to teach my son to be balanced within himself. Growing up here in the States, in a very hypersexual society, teaching that the man, teaching the man that the more women he had, the better off he was, and all these things that could destroy our men, especially our Black men. I made sure that I taught my son the balance within himself and the authority, the spiritual authority that I wanted him to uphold as a young man.
And I didn't teach him any differently than I did my daughter. I told my daughter, you know, take care of yourself, keep yourself. You know, your body is your temple. And I taught my son the same thing. But many ones won't teach their sons that. Because again, in the society that we live in, we teach the man things that will make him lower than himself. And so in that, I see the result of balanced children. And my son gives thanks to me all the time because I taught him in a certain kind of way. Not that it's weaker. And I've reasoned with ones before about, oh, my son, and he's not ashamed of. He's 25 and he has yet to be with a woman in that way, you know, and he's powerful, you know, because he puts his energy into learning. You know what I mean? He puts his energy to other things, and he hasn't quite found his empress, you know, who has, how can I say it? This is as a mother looking at it, who's not in, you know, or at the level that he is. And so not bringing a woman in that can lower that power that he has, but can balance him out, you know. So I want to give thanks to Priest Earl because, again, when we grow up, you know, in the right way, we will seek that divine in a man when you're a divine woman. And the man should seek the same thing. And anything less than that can destroy us and our mission and our purpose that, you know, Christ has given us. And so when you line up with the right woman and the right man,